the Royal Mail, the local authorities. So I understand what you said, but I disagree with your logic.
Mr. Thomson, were there implications, negative implications for the NFSP of being removed? Might, for example, there have been a possibility that you would have to give funds back to members? A possibility.
There was no advantage whatsoever. And in fact, looking at what we did, because it came as a shock, the fact someone, we've been a trade union for years and years and years, albeit we operated like a trade association, many aspects, retail advice, HR advice, all these different things. So it came as a big surprise. And I actually sat in my office with the finance director, Philip Blower, and I said to Philip, the implications here, have we got a future? And I said, we've got about 1.5 years to make our mind up what we're doing. And Philip said, look, George, if you're looking after the staff and everything else in this building, make sure they get what they're due and everything else, we've not got much more than half a year to go. So we certainly did not want to lose our trade union status at this time. We were worried about check-off, losing the ability to get check-off, which to put something else in its place would have cost us a fortune. We were worried about our officials and our branch secretaries being able to get money for being out and about and having to cover their staff themselves. So no, but that's not to say that in two or 3 years' time down the line, as we looked at our future, then we may have decided to become a trade association without that, punch over in the back that we had from the certification officer after someone had complained. Again, I've got my feeling it was to do with the grouping I went to CW, but that's just my thoughts.
Could we please turn to poll 404484, and it's page 2. Now, by the summer of 2013, we scroll down, you were negotiating with the Post Office with regards to the future. This is an email sent on your behalf. Who were Sue Barton and Nick Beale? Very briefly.
Post Office officials that we dealt with on a regular basis. Sue was quite senior, Nick was less so.
So the summer of 2013, dear Sue and Nick, to facilitate the best use of time during the conference call this afternoon, I would like to lay out a framework for potential agreement as follows. And they're following various items. And it's number 4 that I'd like to look at, please. The Post Office and NFSP to sign a 15-year contract for the NFSP to represent all Post Office operators. This will include financial agreement, £500,000 payment in 2013-14, 1.25 million payment 2014-15, 1.25 million payment 15-16, going up to 2.5 million payment from 2017 onwards to 2028. This process allows for the drop-off of our present membership fee and facilities the change from check-off towards the Post Office charging a fee from all agents, which is passed directly to the NFSP. Memorandum of understanding to be worked on with rights and responsibilities on both sides. If necessary, NFSP will drop the union badge to sign the contract. Now, pausing there, when you say drop the union badge, in fact, by this stage you didn't have the union badge, or there were soon after, by early 2014, you didn't have the union badge. Please note, a signed agreement with the blood of both myself and Paula is necessary on the future of the NFSP before any agreement is granted on either network transformation and other points. Now, at this point, the numbers of sub-postmasters was getting somewhat smaller, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, but there's other issues as well. The franchise from about the end of the 90s, the franchise was struggling. Government were withdrawing work, people were moving to the banks, particularly with their benefits, automatic credit transfer. So the franchise had not been as attractive as it used to be. So what we did, working with Royal Mail Group, working with Post Office Limited, we had Urban Network Reinvention. That was the first one where 2,500 postmasters left with up to 26-month compensation. The alternative was a lot of them would have went bankrupt, so they were quite happy. We then had network change, again, roughly about another 2,500 left, and then network transformation, which brings me right to your question. And what happened is the majority of our members, their biggest part of their business was the post office income, and that's how they were struggling. Some of them had retail, but our members tended to have small retail. So we were losing people who were post office specialists, who had a bit of retail, who were active in the Federation, who knew their councillors, who knew their MPs, and they were all leaving. And it was apparent to me that if you were then transferring a very small post office into a big convenience store, and it would say only 1/10 of his income, these people were more involved in retail, and they wouldn't join a specialist organisation. So every meeting I was at for about 2 or 3 years, every conference, every special conference, most of the meetings with the post office, I would say, look, we have saved the network, we've saved the post office, but as a result, it's the Federation that in effect has killed itself off. That is not acceptable. And when I at first...
Thomson, I'm going to have to stop you there.
That's fine.
All we're addressing here is the finances, and all my question was at this time, the numbers of sub-postmasters was somewhat getting smaller. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree?
I'm giving you the reason why it's getting
I didn't ask for the reason. I just asked whether it was increasing or not.
It was decreasing, not increasing.
Thank you very much. The figures that we see here, they're quite significant figures, raising from £500,000 to £2.5 million by 2017.
That's because
Is that correct?
That's correct, but we took on new functions, and it was to help postmasters to grow their income and to become less reliant. So within that money, what does it include?
I didn't ask what it included. All I'm asking is about the figure. Purely the figure.
Yeah.
The figure is increasing quite a significant amount, is your proposal, over a small number of years, reaching £2.5 million from the Post Office by 2017. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I was giving you a reason why.
I didn't ask for the reason.
Well, that's what you were getting.
Well, Mr. Thomson, I understand that you're anxious to get across your point of view, but in truth, it's much easier for me if Mr. Blake answers the question, you answer it, and then if at the end of Mr. Blake's questions, you feel that there are other things that you want to say, then within reason, I will permit you to say that, all right? But it'd be much easier for today's progress if you simply answer the question put to you, and then, as I say, if necessary, I'll afford you some time to wrap up, so to speak, okay?
Okay.
Let's move to poll 0042424. Now, there are meetings between yourself and the Post Office leadership during the period 2013, 2014 to discuss the future. This is a briefing for the CEO of the Post Office. So we're the 11th of December 2014, and a meeting between yourself and Paula Venables. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes, I had many meetings with Paula and Moya. Yeah.
Thank you. The purpose of the meeting is as follows. Purpose of the meeting is to discuss current/emerging strategic relationship with the NFSP senior members. And there's further background if we scroll down, please. Grant agreement/network development. So where we're going to see MOU mentioned a few times, Memorandum of Understanding. Was that the proposal that we've just looked at, or the emerging proposal that we've just looked at? Thank you. NFSP has now returned their marked up version of the MOU/grant agreement, and there are a number of key elements within their proposed changes to take account of. Critically, as expected, they are asserting a position that they will not engage in any detailed discussions related to network development until the grant agreement is signed, and that the grant agreement sets out clear parameters that do not provide their support for any network development beyond that defined in the current network transformation plan. The next paragraph, I'll just read the final sentence or couple of sentences there. Signals from George privately are that he understands the reality of the market and uncertainty in the business around signing an agreement binding the Post Office to make payments to the NFSP without prior agreement on the network extension, albeit he is formally asserting a position that the grant agreement is part of network transformation and a dependency on them supporting compulsion in network transformation. So that's the status of the negotiations as at the 11th of December 2014. I'd like now to turn to poll 00386638, please. And this is another brief for Paula Vennells, 5th of February 2015. So these negotiations are going on 2013, 2014, into 2015. Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection, yes.
We can see in brackets there halfway down this page, it says that the intent is not to discuss the MOU/grant agreement, but in the event this is raised, update as follows. And there are bullet points there for Ms. Vennells. One of them is, we believe with careful consideration and crafting a suitably framed agreement that clarifies termination events and has a break clause linked to a review and termination payment will be a good deal for the NFSP and one that will ensure they have an independent future. So by this stage, I think one of the main topics of discussion between yourselves and the Post Office was termination events, so whether and in what circumstances the Post Office could terminate the agreement, and also whether they had to pay you money if they did so. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we scroll down, we can see further background. Current NFSP position, as believed by the Post Office, was that the grant agreement is a given. It was part of last year's network transformation decision. So it seems by that stage you've already agreed to support network transformation. Is that right?
Yeah, we were very supportive of network transformation because of the conditions facing Subpostmasters. The franchise was becoming a busted flush. People couldn't make a living, and we got hundreds of millions of pounds of government funding to give people compensation to leave or to give them big funds to stay and modernise, and there was modernisation funds available as well under network transformation.
Then it says, however, NFSP have introduced a clause that requires the Post Office to pay 3 years, £7.5 million in the event of termination, which from NFSP's perspective could only occur for a material breach. So part of that discussion, as late as 2015, was still about the financial position and how much money the NFSP would have to be paid in the event that the Post Office terminated the agreement. Is that right?
It was, and it was important because it took a lot of badgering for Paula to agree to the 15-year deal. And I always want to make sure that if once network transformation had finished, that the Post Office just couldn't come along and get rid of the grant agreement. I think having a federation made a difference, albeit, can I say on that particular point, although I left 6 months before I was going to, I had already decided that the new world, because I can be quite outspoken and vociferous, that the new world with a grant for me wasn't the world I wanted to be part of, right? So I'm being honest here. I'm here to be truthful. I'm not here to make friends. So I already had some concerns that some of my teeth had been pulled when we moved to the 15-year deal. Maybe another operator could do it. Maybe someone more compliant would do it, but I had decided that it wasn't for me and I was going to move on. So even though I left 6 months early for family reasons, I'd already indicated. So everybody in the Federation knew I was leaving anyway, but I just left a bit quicker.
Sticking with the bullet points, NFSP will not accept the principle of a break clause linked to an agreement to a termination payment. If no agreement is reached, NFSP have options, most likely a merge with the CWU. Now, I don't need to take you to another document, but it looks as though merging with the CWU was in reality a bargaining chip on your part. Would you agree with that?
No, because the difficulty, as an individual, I've got a lot of massive respect for Billy Hayes, who was a retired General Secretary, massive respect for Dave Ward, who is the present General Secretary, and the big reason, I actually spoke to hundreds of postmasters during this period, and I always asked, if we were going to join, or future, if things were changing, would you join the CWU? And maybe 1 in 4 said they would, but 3/4 made the point, look, George, we're on a franchise, we're business people, we don't want to join the CWU. So my concern was always that if we joined the CWU, I would have no problem with that, but we probably would not have taken much more than 1/4 of our membership. That was my concern. So, no, it wasn't just a bargaining chip.
Perhaps we could keep this document on screen, and I will take you to that document. It's NFSP 00001079. Perhaps you can keep it up on screen as well. Thank you very much. This is a document that has the 29th of July at the top. And if we scroll down, we see there a paragraph that begins 30th of July, Camden. And it's that last sentence there that I would like to read to you. It says, we are getting closer and closer to tipping point of lack of influence and the post office getting closer to completion of network transformation. So this is slightly earlier. If the CWU is rejected, our biggest bargaining chip is gone. It seems there to be suggested that the CWU is being used as a bargaining chip against the post office.
I dispute that. I know what it says there, but I dispute that.
If we take that down, please, and stick with the one on the right-hand side. If we scroll down over to the next page, please. Our position / next steps. This is the post office. We remain of the view that a strong relationship with NFSP is the right outcome, but not at any price. And then that final paragraph there, it says, although we have yet to position it as follows, the reality is that we need to convince George that a 15-year deal, fully independent and funded by Post Office, with a 5-year break clause with a termination payment that equates to a 1-year notice period, is a far better deal than a merge with CWU that simply promises 5 years in an organisation that cannot afford to subsidise the NFSP with a declining membership, is frankly bankrupt and likely to merge with Unite within that timescale. Could we please turn to CWU and then 6011? This is an email to members, the 29th of May, so we're now in the summer of 2015. It's a letter from yourself, and you say as follows, I'm very pleased to report that we have, after protracted negotiation, reached a prospective agreement with Post Office Limited, under which NFSP will be provided with grant funding for a period of 15 years. This will allow for a period of stability for the NFSP and enable it to continue to represent and promote members' interests. The detail of the prospective agreement will be explained at the conference. So it seems that by the summer of 2015, you had agreed with the Post Office in principle. Is that right?
My team and some of Paula's team could not believe that the Post Office would concede to grant funding. You know, some people would say they can't agree to it, George, because it's akin to creating a closed shop where everybody, in effect, has to join. We've got round that. So it was never a given. It was never a given we would get that off the Post Office. And I know for a fact that a lot of Paula's team were against it. A lot of Paula's team would have preferred the NFSP withered on the vine and went away. But however we got it, so it was always a possibility we could have joined the CWU, because actually joining the CWU would have been a far easier thing to achieve than what we got. And so to some extent, I was future-proofing the Federation going forward.
So by 2015, May 2015, you had the agreement in principle for 15 years. Was it similar to those figures that we discussed at the beginning?
It could have been. There was some of these figures went up because we took new teams on. That's what I was trying to explain. We took on a 6-man retail team to go out to branches to help people expand the retail. We put a 6-man male segregation team on. because people were missing the targets and our members were losing millions of pounds of payments for Royal Mail. So we put a team in the field, which I believe is still there, to help our members get it.
Purely in terms of figures, though, we're talking over £1 million initially, rising out to over £2 million.
Because of these reasons, yes.
There's then the conference in June of 2015. Could we please turn now to NFSP 50957? There was a special conference on the 18th of June was convened for this purpose. Is that right?
That's correct.
These are the minutes of that conference. Could we please turn to page 15? And there's a section that I'd like to read out to you. Slightly further down, please. It's an exchange between yourself and somebody called Robert Cockburn from the Scottish Northern Branch. He says as follows: good afternoon. So, just pausing there, there were options presented at this conference. There was the option that we've just seen. There were other options relating to, for example, merging with the CWU. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to ask the Executive Committee if this is such a frightfully important day for our organisation, why we haven't been allowed to question the CWU and National Federation of Retail Newsagents today, and that's met with applause. National Federation of Retail Newsagents was a third option, wasn't it?
That's correct. And at one time, so was the Association of Convenience Stores, but they backed out quite early.
And you respond as follows: I think that's a good question, Robert asks, and he asked it in Scotland, and we've had it in a few areas as well. The position of the Executive Council are the ruling body of the organisation, and obviously they listen to the membership, and they're elected from the membership. It was felt quite strongly that the best option by a proverbial mile was the MOU, and that if we were to join another organisation, particularly a trade union, we would leave the whole playing field empty, and someone like the NFRN would come along to the post office and say, they've joined the CWU, they're a union, why don't you deal with us as a trade association? And the reason that we felt quite strongly that we would not get someone along from the National Federation of Retail Newsagents or the CWU is that the best option and the preferred option for this organisation is the MOU, and the Conservative Party wouldn't have, Ed Balls comes along to their conference. Maybe now they would, right enough, but we decided as the leadership organisation on your behalf that the MOU is the best. You have the vote on it, but to bring the CWU along or NFRN, then we don't think that is a wise thing to do. So essentially, although there is a vote and there are a number of options, the only one that you are in fact presenting is the MOU that you have agreed.
Well, the executive had many meetings, and the negotiating team had meetings, and we decided how to run the conference, and that was accepted. But again, I have to reiterate the point. I did have numerous conversations with postmasters regarding the CWU, and if we had been able to take more people with us than what I anticipated, then it was more of an option, but it was becoming quite clear. And what was also clear, and what put a lot of postmasters off, there was already a CWU Subpostmaster section that I believe never went above 200, and I think that showed the difficulty we would have taking a significant amount of Subpostmasters with us in the CWU.
Thank you. The response then from Mr. Cockburn, he says, George, that's all very well and good to say that the Executive Committee support the MOU. That may well be the best option, but everyone here runs their own post office and they know what's best for them. And with all due respect, to listen to you guys presenting for the CWU and the National Federation of Retail Newsagents, it's second-hand. You want the MOU, and you're presenting their option as second-hand options, etc. Again, met with applause. Apart from the money from the post office, there were some significant advantages to the NFSP. One of them was, for example, automatic enrolment for all new model operators, is that right?
That's correct.
Membership fees paid by the post office, so not from the members.
Yeah, and that was for a lot of members, the bigger branches, that was roughly £200 a year saving. For the smaller branches, roughly about £60 a year.
And also sole recognition was part of the deal, wasn't it?
Well, we always had recognition. The CWU wanted recognition, particularly after we lost union status, and they were told no. Thinking back, we were never recognised for negotiation rights as a trade union, but the post has recognised us as the only organisation that could represent Subpostmasters. So even though we had been a trade union for a long time on paper, on that particular point, the post office didn't recognise we were a trade union in terms of real negotiation rights. And that's probably because we had to work with them all the time. We both needed the post office to be doing well, we both needed the network to be strong, of a decent size, and we all needed government work coming in. So our interests were totally aligned with the post office on the day job that I was doing all the time.
Tying all of that I've just taken you to, from the beginning of your evidence to now, tying that all together, we've seen 2013 to 2015 negotiations about the future, significant sums of money being agreed and negotiated and agreed with the post office. Do you think that there might be something in the suggestion that you were financially dependent on the post office, especially at an important time in the life of the Horizon scandal?
Well, nothing to do with the Horizon scandal, but because we were losing membership with transformation programmes and restructuring, our membership dropped to something like 5,000, and we had lost about 8,500 sub-postmasters over the last 12 or 13 years before that, and a large majority of them, probably 6,000 to 7,000, were our members at that time. So basically, the post office money that we were going to get was, if you like, replacing what used to be membership money that we had lost because we had supported, it comes back to my argument, we had supported 3 restructuring programmes, we had saved the network, we had saved the company, and we were going to be the ones that actually had to fall on our sword and not exist anymore. And that was the logic of a deal with the post office. It was tied to network transformation, urban network reinvention and network change. It was never ever tied to the Horizon, because my support for Horizon, even though we'll come on to it later on, has never wavered since the year 2000. It's never wavered.
We'll look at your support for Horizon. I'm going to take you very shortly, chronologically, through that. But if we look at the 2013 to 2015 period especially, it was a time at which the NFSP's situation was financially precarious, at a time at which you are negotiating significant sums of future funds with the Post Office. Do you agree with that?
But absolutely nothing to do with Horizon. Yeah, I agree with that. But how that's linked to Horizon, I've not got a clue. I don't know how you come to that conclusion.
Let's look at issues with Horizon chronologically. And we'll start in 2006. Could we please look at NFSP 50 and then 555? As you say, we're going to go quite far back in terms of your support for the Horizon system.
I wasn't General Secretary 2007, but I know I've answered some questions before that because I was on the Executive Council.
Absolutely. So we'll see here a report of a meeting of the Executive Council on the 9th of January 2006. If we turn over the page, we can see Colin Baker was at that time, over the page again, please. Colin Baker was at that time General Secretary, but we do have your name there as a member who was present. Is that right? We can see there on the right-hand side, the bottom, the very final name of those present is yours.
Yes, I see it, yeah.
Yes. And you were there because you were a member of the Executive Council?
That's correct, yes.
Page 8, please. If we scroll down, there's a section where sub-postmasters' pay is discussed. And we see there, it says as follows, there followed some discussion on the situation regarding long-term horizon failures around the country. Now, this wasn't a time of rollout, it was 2006. Do you recall in 2006, at the Executive Council meeting, the matter being raised that there was long-term horizon failures around the country?
If I recall, the horizon system in effect is our post office EPOS system, electronic point of sale. That's what it is. And what was happening in certain branches, the screens were going dead, the chip and pins were going dead. People couldn't transact. So it wasn't like this was something hidden. It was a pain in the backside. People couldn't operate their branches. So we were able to put goodwill payments in place. But this happens, it happens with supermarket tills, EPOS. It happens with chip and pins, even as we speak. Happened last week in my shop last week.
NFSP and then 50517. This is another meeting in 2006, now March 2006. Could we turn, please? You're again, if we look over the page, you're present. Page 20. Horizon system improvements. An update on service improvements have been circulated. Concerns were raised on how robust the system was. So you were present at a meeting of the National Executive Council in March 2006 where concerns were raised on how robust the Horizon system was. Do you recall that?
Yeah, pertaining to a particular issue, which was that screens were going blank, chip and pins weren't working. Postmasters were aware of that because they couldn't actually open their post services. This is a particular thing, and we negotiate a goodwill payment based on the volume of your customer transactions and the length of time they're out. So this was something that was quite apparent. It's a bit like your EPOS system. If you've got a SPAR or you've got a Premier, if your EPOS system goes down, you physically can't serve your customers. So this wasn't something that was hidden away. It was in your face. It was a technical difficulty that they resolved.
Is it beyond comprehension that there may have been other technical issues at that time with the Horizon system?
Well, as far as we as an organisation were concerned, this was a till system, this was a computer system that was doing at one time about 70 million transactions a day, and if there had been a systematic failure or a systematic problem with the computer system, we would have been inundated. We could not have done our day job, and that simply was not the case. So if you want a definitive, I can't give you a definitive, but logic would suggest that there was no significant systemic issues with Horizon.
You've used the word systemic. I haven't used the word systemic. Well, all I've asked is, concerns are being raised about how robust the Horizon system was. Is it beyond comprehension that it wasn't just screen freezes, that there may have been other technical issues that you weren't aware of?
It's always a possibility, given the Post Office's stupidity on steroids, how they've handled the case in the last couple of years, yes. It could be the case, but nothing that I was aware of. And certainly, when branches were closed because their screens were blank and because their chip and pins were down, there was certainly no big chunky people coming forward and saying, I've lost a lot of money because my screen was blank. So this was about a goodwill payment on something that was relatively easy to resolve.
You were aware that there were helplines for technical issues?
Yes, of course.
And were you aware of people complaining about those helplines?
Well, some people could go direct to the helplines. Others, quite a few people went through my Assistant General Secretary, a very good colleague, Marilyn Stoddard, who had a team of people working with Horizon issues, as we all did, yeah.
Could we please turn to NFSP and then 50491? We're still in 2006. We're now in June 2006. If we turn over the page again, you're present. Could we go, please, to page 10? about 3/4 of the way down page 10, please. If we scroll down towards the bottom, there's a bullet point there that begins "Empower." It's the one just below, thank you, yes. Empower issuing cards that would only swipe at PayPoint. When customers call Empower, they were being told it was because Horizon was unreliable. Are you aware that Empower had been telling people that Horizon was unreliable?
I'm not aware of that. But however, again, I'll reiterate my point. The system was dealing with hundreds of millions of transactions a week, and we were not having the kind of level of complaints that would indicate if there was significant failures within the system. That's a fact.
If we scroll over, please, over the page, there's a section on network. There is a heading, Horizon Failures. It's page 13. The third bullet point under Horizon Failures, it says, the failure after the bank holiday has been explained, and contrary to popular belief, it was not caused by overload. It was caused by an individual accidentally switching something and messing up the system. Were you aware in 2006 of complaints about the system being messed up?
Well, I wasn't General Secretary, but nothing that I'm aware of. But what I will say is that Marlon Stoddard and Linda Willoughby were excellent at dealing with Horizon complaints, as was my PA at the time, Sharon Merriweather. So they dealt with any complaints that came through. They would speak with Rod Ismay, all the post service staff. But I was certainly at that meeting, yes.
Poll 30041564. We're now into 2009. This is the Computer Weekly article of May the 11th, 2009. Begins by a reference to Lee Castleton, and we'll address Lee Castleton's case shortly. If we go over the page, please, we also see, if we scroll down, reference to Jo Hamilton signing her accounts even when she knew they were wrong, because she says call to the Horizon helpline didn't stop the deficits occurring, and she felt backed into a corner. Noel Thomas, reference to him. Fourth postmaster, Amar Bajaj. Over the page, please. Fifth, Alan Brown. Sixth, Judy Ford. Seventh, Alan Bates. It says all of the postmasters we spoke to say that their union, the National Federation of Subpostmasters, has refused to help them investigate their concerns. Some of those who I've just mentioned were members of the NFSP. Why weren't you helping them at that time?
Well, there's two things that I'd answer to that. The first thing is, if you look at where the suspensions have taken place of people over a period, only about 30% of them were our members. There was a big chunk of postmaster staff who were suspended. There was a big chunk of directly employed staff, i.e. Crown offices, and obviously a big chunk of non-members, because we only represented about 60%. So in my calculation before I came here today, I reckon less than 30% of the people who ended up being suspended were Subpostmasters, and our members. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. But certainly, we would always investigate. But if the Post Service, and it comes back to the issue that makes me annoyed about the Post Service, I absolutely was aligned with them in the systemic reliability of the system, and I still am. However, I think their behaviour in taking postmasters, firstly suspending them, and taking postmasters to court when they apparently knew that there was backdoor access, there was admin reversals, there was bugs that they never ever made us aware of. So I'm supporting the Horizon system, but these issues that they denied are unforgivable. And they're unforgivable because we could have resolved them quite easily. I don't know if I'm allowed to expand on this, because if we had been told that there was backdoor access, we would have worked out a protocol with them. Right, you need the postmaster's permission.
Mr. Thomson, that's something you've addressed, I think, in your witness statement.
Yeah, but are you bringing that up? That I've addressed it?
Yeah, I've got that point, Mr. Thomson, I can assure you.
Thank you.
You've said that 30% approximately on your calculations would have been members of the National Federation.
Yes.
Why not fight for those 30% at that time?
But you didn't let me expand on my answer. The reality...
You're talking about backdoor access, which is one issue of a number of different issues that this inquiry's heard about. You have complaints from a number of people. You're saying 30% of whom would have been your members.
Yes,
Why not fight their cases?
We did fight their cases, but we asked the Post Office. Now, what are we to do as an organisation? So we're a small body. You've got a government-run company where the managers at senior level are telling you that if a postmaster has that kind of error, that kind of value, it has to be them because the computer is systemically robust. There's no backdoor access. If you have a government director on the board from the Department of Business on the Post Office board, they're telling you, or they're on the board, so you're assuming the same thing. When you've got a big trade union like CW having hundreds of members over the period suspended as well, and they're not taking court action, what do you mean stand up for members or represent? We took every case that was brought to us, we took it up with the Post Office, right? What we didn't do is...
Can I pause you there? You said every case that was taken up with you, you took to the Post Office. Let's scroll back on this page. Let's start at page 2. Jo Hamilton, who sits here today, did you fight her case with the Post Office?
Well, fighting your case is different from taking it up. So if
what did you do in relation to Jo Hamilton?
Well, be Marlon and Linda or Sharon would undoubtedly contact the Post Office at various levels to try and find out. And if the answer was, this is a set of circumstances, and given we didn't know the full picture in terms of what could be done and what could not be done, then there's nowhere where else for us to go. Now, if you're suggesting that we should have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on every legal case against the Post Office, we didn't have the funds, and something we had never provided in membership.
Mr. Thomson, we've been over the funds. You're receiving millions from the Post Office. The evidence that the inquiry has heard is that Jo Hamilton was told...
I don't agree with you. You're talking different. What's the timeline for the funds from the Post Office and the timelines from the funds for some of the members? You try to make out that somehow we were flush with money because we were always getting these type of sums from the Post Office. That's not correct. We were a small membership organisation losing members because of 3 restructuring programmes. So what you said there is factually not correct. We weren't wallowing around in money as you're implying.
No one is necessarily asking for you to fund legal challenges, but did you ever issue any press releases supporting any of these individuals, asking the Post Office to thoroughly investigate?
Well, given that we supported it as a robust system, and the Post Office lied to us regarding some of the things that were happening, I don't know if we're getting assurance from the Chief Executive of a government-run company with a government representative on the board and another trade union with 250,000 members, the CW, who I don't know if they took any kind of court action against the Post Office, I do not know. But then expecting an organisation that had fell to below 6,005 and about 1,000 to have that kind of resource, quite frankly, we didn't.
How many resources would it require to issue a press statement?
A press statement saying what?
Urging the Post Office to urgently investigate. Many
of these ex-members believed, like Lee Castleton, he was never a member, we'll come on to that, but many of these people, and it's still the same now, and my criticism of justice for Subpostmasters was that they gave the impression and stated that this basically system was kaput. It wasn't fit for purpose. It should be replaced. I think Alan Bates even goes as far as saying that the post office should be wound down. So we did not know there were some issues because the post office didn't tell us. So how you then expect us to take some kind of action based on a big lie that has taken place, i.e. the post office withholding all this information, I do not understand.
Thank you, sir. That might be an appropriate moment for our first morning break.
Yes, by all means. So what time shall we resume?
Could we resume at 11:10, please? 10 past. Thank you. Can we please turn to NFSP 50347? Mr. Thompson, you mentioned the case of Lee Castleton, and we'll address that now. This is a letter to the National Executive Council regarding the case of Lee Castleton. This is sent on the 29th of September 2009. And it says as follows: Dear Executive Officer, please see the email below from ex-Subpostmaster Lee Castleton, which has already been forwarded to you. Both myself and my predecessor have in the past investigated the issue and corresponded with Mr. Castleton regarding his belief that the system was not robust and fail-safe. This issue has now been placed on the agenda for discussion at our forthcoming Executive Council meeting. And if we scroll over the page, we can see the email. He says as follows: I'm writing to you as you are an Executive Council member of the NFSP. My name is Lee Castleton. I used to own a sub-post office until I had a problem in 2004. I do not wish to burden you with my own personal story in this letter, but I'm more than willing, if you wish, to go into great detail at a later date. I've been asked to ask you if you feel any responsibility for the safety of your members that you were elected to represent. I'm part of a growing group of postmasters who are both serving and ex-serving, and we have all suffered problems with the Horizon system. Our goal is to publicise the belief that the Post Office Horizon account system is flawed, and that the way in which this problem is dealt with is systematically heavy-handed and is effectively swept under the carpet. The public, in our opinion, should be allowed to hear all sides and decide for themselves. We have evidence of Horizon not performing properly, and we have evidence from IT technical experts who support our claims. We as a group are actively looking for opportunities to publicise the problems that we feel are not being dealt with by the Post Office and are being ignored by the NFSP. We have had numerous amounts of column inches in various magazines, and of course the BBC have now shown the Tarot 9 programme on BBC Wales. Again, as a group, we are now embarking into mainstream media coverage, with BBC Watchdog preparing a programme, along with various radio shows asking for interviews. At least one MP is to approach the government and ask them to launch an inquiry. This is, of course, very good for our group, and the publicity is good for our cause. Clearly, you, as a senior person within the NFSP, will be asked for comment on this issue. It should be of utmost concern to you as a senior official that Horizon can go wrong. At the very least, your union should be holding its own inquiry to establish the facts. Postmasters are being sent into prison, being given criminal records, and are being made bankrupt. I've been asked to write to yourself and ask what you're doing with respect to the problem and what you're doing as a group at the NFSP to protect and educate your membership. I quote from your website, and there's a section there from the website, Help in Difficult Times. Our branch secretaries provide practical advice and emotional support and are able to represent members if they encounter contractual issues or difficulties. Read more about how the NFSP can help in difficult times. He ends by saying, we hope that this is a question you wish to answer and prove with actions that you are facing up to this problem and are doing all you can to protect your members. You do have a personal duty of care to your members. I look forward to hearing from you. I'm going to turn over to the actual meeting that followed. It's LCAS 0001376. And we start on page 2. Thank you. So this is the report of the meeting that was held on the 5th to the 7th of October 2009. And if we scroll over the page, there's the section on Lee Castleton. You were, by this time, the General Secretary of the NFSP, weren't you? 2009.
Absolutely.
Lee Castleton, Horizon. Historic case. Lee Castleton had never been a member of the Federation and had only attempted to join after he had got into trouble and was therefore rejected. General Secretary had received the documents relating to Horizon security that was used by the Post Office in court cases, but it could not be shared with the Executive Council. Just pausing there, do you recall what it is that you had received?
I think that was it might have been the previous General Secretary, but can I just say on the Lee Castleton issue that you've raised?
I'll ask you a number of questions about the Lee Castleton case.
Right.
I'm just asking about this one bullet point at the moment. Do you recall receiving documents that was used by the Post Office in court cases?
I may have, but at this far on, I don't know for definite. And that's just the truth.
It then says Lee Castleton had taken the Post Office to court. His expert witness was very flawed, hence the case was lost, and the court awarded full costs to the Post Office of approximately £300,000. Are these likely to have been your words, your announcement to the meeting?
They may well have. I undoubtedly would have spoken to the Post Office about the background to the case. And I've obviously got notes for Lee. I don't know how much you're going to allow me to say. Lee Castleton was appointed on the 18th of July 2003, 4 years before I was General Secretary. But that's not the issue. I'm not hiding anything. It was suspended on the 23rd of March 2004, and the email that was taken when he actually, it was his, I think his father-in-law.
I'll take you to that document. So let's go
Thank you.
Step by step. Press had got involved over the past few weeks, clarified that the Federation had to be very careful. Our job was to protect sub-postmasters. It was important not to create a situation where hares were sent running by encouraging members to believe Horizon had faults. Now, is that likely to have been your words?
Absolutely. Systemic faults, yeah.
If Post Office customers believed the system was error-ridden, they would be reluctant to do business at a time when the contracts were desperately needed by the network. Again, likely to have been your words, or a summary of your words?
That would be in line with my broad support for the system, yes, absolutely.
Not only your support for the system, but the importance of public perception of a system that worked.
And the reality on the ground, because we were dealing, as I said, with hundreds of millions of transactions a week and very few complaints. That's just a fact of the situation.
You go on to say that over 37,000 sub-postmasters and clerks had used the system since its implementation. Billions of transactions have taken place. It was easy to blame Horizon when a shortage occurred. If we scroll over the page, please. The simple fact was that Lee Castleton did not have a case. Both the current and previous General Secretary had made that clear to him on numerous occasions after investigating the circumstances. However, the case was yet again doing the rounds of the Executive Council. Now, what exactly did you do to investigate the circumstances?
I contacted and had discussions with the Post Office. But can I just say as well, Lee Castleton was never a member of the Federation. We
will get to that.
We didn't even have to have it on our agendas. We had something to do with a non-member who had never been a member, and we had it at the highest level with the Federation, and I dealt with it at the highest level with the Post Office. So these criticisms that we did nothing for our members when we're doing all that for a non-member.
Well, Mr. Thomson, Mr. Castleton's letter that I've just shown you was asking what you're doing for your members. It wasn't asking for you to help Mr. Castleton. It was asking, what are you doing to help your current members who may be experiencing the same problems as I experienced? What is it, looking at that first bullet point, that you did to properly investigate the circumstances of his case so that you could have some reassurance in respect of all of your members at that time?
I raised it once again with the Post Office, and for the life of me, I don't understand what further action you would expect us to take. So if you're going to a company that's government-owned, that has a chief executive that's telling you one thing, that has a director on the board from the department, from BIS, for the Department of Industry, then where are you going to go with it? That's what I fail to understand. And because of the volume of transactions that were being done properly, we knew it could not be systemic. So I don't know where you expected us to take it. And more importantly, I don't know if an organisation 230,000 people, CW, if they took any action that involved taking somebody to court.
Next bullet point. We'll look at some CWU documents in due course. There followed considerable discussion on the subject, and it then says, though a couple of executive officers had some minor misgivings regarding Horizon, the vast majority were happy that it was accurate. So there is a recognition that some members were concerned regarding the accuracy of Horizon. Do you recall that?
When I took over on the Executive Council and then became General Secretary, it was settled policy both from the previous General Secretary and the executive teams and my executive teams that we supported Horizon because it was a robust system. Was there any person in particular? I don't think so. It may have been Mark Bateman. Well, Mark would probably be away with it. And Mark was the only one that criticised network transformation. Sometimes they criticised Horizon, but not all the time. It was usually network transformation Mark criticised.
Generally, when you have a policy will be based on some research, some investigation, and then you formulate the policy. And perhaps, if circumstances change, you revisit the policy. Did you at this stage revisit the policy, carry out any investigation?
We carried out an investigation with the Post Office. In terms of revisiting the policy, I've told you only a tiny fraction of postmasters were ever having problems with Horizon. And the settlement group that took place and everything that's happened recently, it's a small group of subpostmasters. If you compare that to the billions of transactions that took place, it's a tiny fraction. But you of course have investigated Horizon. You should be able to tell that. It's a very small amount of people who claimed that Horizon caused their massive problems for them.
Some of whom went to prison, some of whom took their own
I've got that in my witness statement. I've been around a long time. Postmasters have always been. And you keep quiet about things because, A, you want to protect the brand, but you want to protect the postmasters as well, their reputation in the community, postmen as well. I've been around a long time. Suspensions have always taken place. Prosecutions have always taken place. Under the manual system as well. Hundreds of sub-postmasters suspended. We had a franchise that was in crisis, and we always tried to help people. Of course we did. Try and find out what had happened. Speak to Chesterfield to see if they'd sent too many pension dockets away or if they went missing. We did all these things. We helped people that had been suspended, but I've got that in my witness statement, and I hope we get onto it because my witness statement gives the reason why it's a tiny percentage and why this happened before computerisation, well before computerisation.
Lee Castleton had wanted the Federation to back his court action that would have run into six figures, stressed again that he had never been a member, and as such it was requested that executive officers did not respond to his correspondence. If there had been systematic problems with Horizon over many years, the Federation would have taken action as a whole. All the cases investigated in depth have so far proven the error was on the part of the sub-postmaster or their staff. How many cases did you investigate in depth?
We raised numerous issues. I can't recall, but we raised numerous issues.
Did you investigate any cases in depth?
Well, when you say in depth, what do you mean? We took it up with the company that employs them, the Post Office. We took it up with, I spoke to Paula on numerous occasions about Horizon being robust, particularly regarding backdoor access. And if the people at the top of the company are telling you that it cannot be accessed apart from the people on the counters at their Horizons, on the Horizon terminals, how do you possibly disprove that when you've got a government, and how does the CWU disprove that when you've got a government director on the board as well? Where are you meant to take it? A small organisation of 6,000 people, and we're talking about a non-member. So, you know, the reality is, we're accused of not representing members, and then you accuse us of not representing non-members. It's quite staggering, quite frankly.
The General Secretary gave an undertaking that in cases where a member believed the problem was Horizon, he would raise the case through the Post Office at the highest level. Executive officers to notify such cases to Shoreham. How many cases did you raise at the highest level with the Post Office?
Over the years, maybe 20 or 30, but again, I would go in there with John Scott, head of security, with Paula, with other people in our team, and say, look, we've got noise about this particular case. What's the background? Is it possible that it could be the computer system? And we believed it was systemically strong, and I still do. My wife uses it. Our family's used it since its inception, 20 odd years ago. But if they're telling you on some of the smaller issues that they didn't fess up about, as I've mentioned, backdoor remote access, then how are we meant to disprove that when you're getting that from the very top, and you also know that Biz has got someone on the board? Where are you meant to take that?
So if it was the case that you were told of a number of bugs in the system,
I wasn't.
would you change your position?
If I was told that there's backdoor access,
Forget backdoor
Well,
access.
or bugs.
You've said backdoor access a number of times, but let's focus on bugs. Bugs in the system, something that affected balancing. If you were told there was a problem in the system that has, in some cases, let's say 60 odd cases, affected the balancing in branches, would that have changed your position?
it could well have done in a combination with everything else. I certainly,
What would you have done in those circumstances?
well, eventually, we probably would have tried to employ a computer expert. If we believed that the post office were covering up to the degree it now looks like they were, and it's stupid because we could put a protocol in place, hopefully you'll allow me to explain that later on, but I've got my doubts, then we could have worked something out, yes. But if we knew these things, we certainly would have done something about it.
So, Mr. Thomson, just stopping you there. If you were told that there was a bug that affected 60 odd branches and that it affected the balancing of their accounts, you've said you would have tried to employ a computer.
after it's happened. And Mr. Castleton came to us after he had been suspended. And one of the conditions of being a member, you have to be a subpostmaster. He wasn't a subpostmaster. Now, that's not a technicality. So when I got in, I did speak to Mr. Castleton on the phone. And it might even before it, he wanted us to fund the case. And he ended up, you know, it's horrible, he ended up losing £300,000. And that's heartbreaking, and it is. But we did raise his case. He wasn't a member, and to get criticised for not helping a non-member, for someone that used to be a general secretary of a trade union, albeit, you know, with retail belts onto it, it's a bit hard to take. He was never ever a member, and yet we spent time on our executive council debating it over the years. And when I did speak to him, it was about getting funding to take on the post office.
That letter, though, that doesn't explain any of that, does it?
Well, I can't comment on the letter that was taken. You know, I just become an executive officer. I'm not hiding behind it, because I know the general direction of travel. It is what it is. It happened in 2004. I became General Secretary in 2007. I could say, well, I'm not answering it because I wasn't General Secretary, but I'll try and help as much as I can.
Let's move on to 2012 now. Can we please turn to NFSP and then 50977? This is the branch secretary's circular. Is this something that you would have signed off?
I certainly would have been involved with it, yes. Marlon would have had input, Paul Hook maybe, in terms of the publicity team and that, yes. But I would have been involved in a lot of it.
Let's scroll down. There's a section on media coverage of Horizon disputes. It says, as a result of recent media coverage, members may be aware that Post Office Limited has agreed to an independent audit of a handful of cases where Horizon irregularities are claimed to have taken place. That's the second site investigation.
Yeah.
The National Federation of Subpostmasters is surprised that the Post Office has chosen to follow this approach. We've seen no evidence in any of these cases that Horizon was at fault, and we believe that the system remains robust. What would be wrong with the Post Office employing an independent company to look into the reliability of the Horizon system?
Well, firstly, we didn't know, as I said, about bugs, about admin reversals, about backdoor access. But what was more annoying about this is that this is a time when we were looking to move the post office in the direction of mutualisation and postmasters having a much bigger role in the running of the company, for all the right reasons, because a lot of times in the past the post office hasn't been particularly well run. And I was furious that we had been excluded from such a fundamental decision as taking on second sight. That's what most of the anger was about. It was quite incredible that us as an organisation who've been so supportive for the reason I've given, because it's a robust system that I supported from its very inception, would have been excluded from such a significant decision. It was quite scandalous. The
last paragraph on the page. The NFSP is surprised that the Post Office has chosen to follow this approach. We've seen no evidence in any of these cases that Horizon was at fault, and we believe the system remains robust. What's being said there is we're surprised that the Post Office has asked for an independent investigation because we're not aware of any problems with the system. Isn't that what's being said?
Well, we weren't aware. We were not aware of any problems with the system.
So what would be wrong?
And we've been working hand in hand with the Post Office for the franchise brand. They should have included us in any decisions they had made regarding second sight. Absolutely.
What would be wrong with an independent investigation into the Horizon system? Why were you, the NFSP, surprised and upset by that approach?
For the reasons I've given, that we were excluded from such a significant decision.
Could we please turn to NFSP 401314? And we'll start on page 3, please. So we're in June 2012, so the same month. It's over to the bottom of page 3, please. There is a letter from somebody called Paul Taylor drawing your attention to a BBC News article that announces the second site investigation. It's an article that mentions, for example, Seema Misra, somebody who had been convicted and sent to prison. If we scroll over the page, Mr. Taylor says, I have previously written to you regarding a computer errors not balancing correctly at the end of each day, and my 63-year-old mother having to use her own money to balance the system. After constant checking, as my mother used to work in a bank and has been a sub-postmistress for 12 years, she is more than able to do this basic task. However, the system still did not balance, even when on paper it should. Because of this, she had had to use her own funds to balance the system or be accused of being incompetent or fraudulent. After weeks of telephone conversations by my mother with unhelpful staff from nameless post office personnel, I contact your organisation in order for your support and advice. Your advice was close to useless. Your support was non-existent. And my mother was just insulted by a man stating the obvious on over the telephone. So please explain to me the link I attach below and why after several letters you did not bring this to my attention. And that is the reference to the second site investigation and the reasons for that investigation. Mr. Taylor says, I would like you to contact Mrs. G. Taylor, and it gives her post office address, and apologise for your lacklustre performance and how you're going to support her further, as I thought the whole point of being a paid member of National Federation of Subpostmasters. So here we have somebody who is in fact a paid member of the National Federation, complaining, raising issues about balancing issues resulting from the Horizon system. If we go on to page 3, please. It's the bottom of page 2 into page 3. Here is the response from you. It says, Dear Paul, thank you for your recent email regarding the Horizon computer system. Over 70 million transactions are carried out each and every week at post offices all over the UK, and I can assure you that we have only a handful of people who claim the system is systematically faulty. If the Horizon system was systematically faulty, we would have tens of thousands of complaints each and every year. The NFSP continues to believe that the Horizon system is accurate, robust, and fit for purpose, and we believe that the external review of Horizon will come to the same conclusion. Now, we saw in those minutes earlier you saying that if anyone has a problem, I'll take it on, I'll take it to the highest levels of the post office. That's not what's happening here, is it? You're providing a standard statement about the number of people using the system and the lack of complaints about the system.
Was that the admin reversal one? Was that the admin reversal that caused the error?
I've shown you the complaint.
Yeah. Was that the small admin? Was that £130 with
If you'd like me
British
to,
Telecom?
we will.
I'm trying to recall. I can't recall. I'm just trying to remember if it was an admin reversal.
I will take you to a response from Mr. Taylor. It's page 2. That might assist your memory. He responds as follows. You can keep repeating you're confident that your Horizon system is robust, but that doesn't make it true. There is a reoccurring error which is resulting in the Horizon system not balancing transactions to sum of money taken, be it by cash, card, or cheque. This may be a Horizon error, this may be human error, but there is an error. This should be a very simple problem to pinpoint, as all transactions can be printed centrally to find an anomaly. I personally do not understand why this is taking such a long time to resolve. My concern is a sub-post office is experiencing a problem balancing the system, which the post office own and manage, and there seems to be no area manager, no systems manager, no one to support the sub-post office. If such people do exist, then why hasn't this resolved by now? The monitor screens at Thornley Post Office are 10 inches, where modern-day working standards clearly state it should be 14 inches, so why are they not updated in 12 years? Again, who is managing the hardware? So that's the substance of the complaint. Did you raise that at the highest levels of the post office?
Well, I have to recall who dealt with it if it came into Amanda, if it was dealt with Marilyn, Linda, Sharon or myself. But, and again, if it was a small, I don't know if it was a small amount of money. If it was a small amount of money, I almost certainly wouldn't have dealt with it. But I can't remember, to be honest with you, because it was about...
I can assist you, because you did, in fact, raise this particular issue with Paula Vennells. You forwarded the complaint.
Well, I'm just saying I can't remember. It's about 12, 13 years ago.
Well, let me assist you. It's poll 00143243. If we start on page 3, we can see the complaint. Bottom of page 3, we can see this is the email. If we scroll up, please. Over to page 2, the middle of page 2. We can see an email from yourself to Paula Vennells, 22nd of June. You say, Paula, sending an example of 6 or 7 people who have contacted us in the last 2 days. Not good. Is at very best, George. Mm-hmm. So there were 6 or 7 people around the same time raising issues with you.
And was that to do with any programme on TV that I can't recall? Rings a bell, doesn't it?
Mr. Taylor had sent you the article on the BBC News
website. Well, that's why there were 6 or 7 people. That's the point I'm making.
And if we scroll over to the first page, there's a response from Alwyn Lyons at the bottom. George, I'm currently on a train, so can't speak. I'll be off it in about an hour, so we'll call them. Thanks, Alwyn. And then we see above your comments. You say, Alwyn, who in the post office had the idea to have a review into Horizon? Given my strong support for the integrity of the Horizon system over 5 years, I'm disappointed that my views on this course of action were not sought. I'm also surprised that after leaving messages with the post office, no one has picked up the phone to talk through this contentious decision. So what you're doing there is you've received a complaint from a sub-postmaster, and you are absolutely raising it with the chief executive of the post office. But the circumstances of you raising it with the post office aren't about, please look into this problem. The circumstances are, you are there complaining that they're even looking into these issues through Second Sight, aren't you?
I gave you my answer to Second Sight 5 minutes ago, and the reason for my annoyance at the decision, because it took no account and gave us no input into the decision or the logic behind it. And I've explained that already, so I'll repeat myself again, that was the logic.
But you've received 6 or 7 complaints from people.
Yeah, based on what was on the TV. Yes, I just said that.
You're getting in touch with the post office, but you're not saying, please investigate these problems. You're saying, I'm very disappointed that there is an independent review going on into Horizon.
I've explained why I was disappointed, because we should have been in the loop on the decision and the rationale for the decision. And again, I make no apologies that I am and I was a supporter of the Horizon system. And the very fact the Horizon system is still in situ and going to be used for another 4 or 5 years, and it's doing about £3.5 billion a month of banking transaction, shows the reason why I'm very supportive of the systemic robustness of Horizon.
Mr. Taylor's 63-year-old mother, who had previously worked in a bank, was filling the discrepancies with her own money. Why weren't you asking them to investigate that case?
It depends how much money was missing. I cannot recall how much money was missing. But the bigger the loss, the more likely we would get involved, because the bigger the loss and the postmaster's got to make it good, the more potential impact that's going to have on the sub-postmaster's life. Marilyn would probably deal with something was £160, £200. We would try and investigate it. But at the end of the day, as part of the contract, the postmaster is liable for losses and overages. And they always have been for a long, long time.
Could we please turn to poll 00143305? Still in June 2012. we could start on the bottom of the page, please. This is another complaint from somebody called Steve Hibbard. I have information that may potentially be of use regarding the above, and that's a potential class action brought by Subpostmasters. The following incident suggests to me that the Post Office may be regularly placing the blame for internal errors at the door of the Subpostmaster rather than accepting responsibility. He says, I have an instant saver post office account into which cash is regularly paid by my tenants via local sub-post office. He explains the issue there. If we scroll down, he says, as I'm aware of the class action being taken by sub-postmasters against the post office via shoesmiths, I felt that this may be useful evidence of blame perhaps being inappropriately laid at the door of the sub-postmaster when there is, in fact, a fault with the post office's own system. If we please turn to page 1. That is exactly the same response that had been given to Mr. Taylor on the 21st of June. Exactly the same response as we saw before. Could we please turn to poll 00108-106. If we could start on page 5. Do you recall the complaints that were coming in towards the end of June 2012? They were substantive complaints. They weren't just, I've seen this television program. They were giving some detail, or a fair few of them were giving detail of specific problems with the Horizon system, or specific allegations relating to the Horizon system.
I recall more of them now because obviously I've got all the paperwork from the inquiry, but these things were 10, 11 years ago, maybe longer.
If we look at the bottom of page 5 into page 6, please. This is an email from Mr. Bishop. He says, we note that the Post Office has commissioned a review of the Horizon system in a small number of cases where serious misaccounting was alleged, and the former sub-postmaster disputes this. We wondered if the NFSP is taking a view on this, as we also have concerns about Horizon, and wondered how widespread these misgivings are. Although we won an award this year for Best Agency Branch in the small branch category at the National Network Sales Awards, we have been blighted by a series of 3 unexplained losses in December, January, and April. These occurred at the end of our trading periods and in total have added up to £1,376 since the 1st of January this year. They are not related to cash handling or stock management. The branch was audited last year and was found to be in good order. They tend to be the kind of issue which appears only when you get to the point of rolling over the account, when a message appears saying that losses need to be made good in order to complete the rollover, and these then appear as an unexplained item in our branch accounts for the trading period. Because the branch reopened under new management on the 31st of August 2010, we put our early losses down to our own inexperience, and at first, such losses as did occur were clearly due to staff errors. For example, using the wrong exchange rate when purchasing foreign currency from a customer, or on one occasion, remming the checks out twice. However, we cannot find any good explanation for the losses that have happened this year, and our staff are now becoming vastly more experienced in carrying out transactions and using the Horizon system. When they make mistakes, they're usually able to spot them almost immediately and get them resolved. We have asked the MBSC helpline and the regional agency support team for advice, but we have no satisfactory comeback. We are wondering whether other sub-post offices have reported similar experiences and whether therefore Post Office Limited are being asked to broaden the scope of their investigation. Our post office is owned by a charitable company, and as you can imagine, the trustees are getting quite concerned. There is even a suggestion that staff might be guilty of malpractice, although there's no evidence that this is the case. When they saw the news reports about the external review, the trustees asked us to inquire about its scope and whether it might address the sort of issue we have experienced. If we scroll up to page 5, please, we can see your response. Again, stock answer provided in your name, about 70 million transactions being carried out. This is then followed up, if we look at page 4, halfway through page 4, please. Mr. Bishop says, no worries. I'm pleased to hear that you don't get lots of complaints about Horizon, but clearly we will have to look again at our own systems, as we have had 3 unexplained shortfalls in the last 7 months. Now that's in 2012. This chain actually continues into 2013. Could we look at the bottom of page 2 into page 3? Dear Amanda, I would welcome your thoughts on the following. Further to our previous correspondence, please see below, we continue to have occasional unexplained shortfalls, so we noted with considerable concern news reports that more than 100 sub-post offices are now reporting unexplained discrepancies in their Horizon balances, and that Post Office Limited has conceded that it is theoretically possible for Horizon to arrive at an incorrect balance. So this is about the second site interim report, and I'll get to that shortly. So I'm jumping ahead of time, but I'll have to go back. But I'll stick with this chain because it's all on one chain. The interim report seems to imply that there could be a small system problem with the hardware, like to a branch, although it finds that it's more likely that mistakes happen because the system is overcomplicated and because staff are not following best practice when using the system and need more training to minimize the risks of not balancing correctly. In our case, I don't think any of us feel confident in tracing a problem once it occurs. Sometimes we can find mistakes quickly, but more often we cannot find anything wrong at all, and the shortfall, or less frequently the surplus, comes as a complete surprise when we press the rollover tab on the screen at the end of the trading period. That is to say, cash and stock have appeared to balance correctly up until that point, so that it becomes a fingers crossed moment each month. Now, they are there reporting not just a discrepancy, but also, on occasion, a surplus. So you might think that that sounds like quite an honest person. Do you recall reading this email?
I can't recall, no.
If we go to page 2, please, halfway down. There is a response from your PA. Good afternoon, Neil, and thank you for your email. Having studied the interim report, the NFSP report that the findings are suggesting that the system is fundamentally robust. However, there have been a few glitches that have subsequently been corrected and the necessary adjustments made. The report is also suggesting that, as the NFSP have told the Post Office for many years, the training and backup for Horizon is somewhat lacking. However, if you have any specific instances you would like to be investigated, and then Paula Venels' direct contact details are provided. There's a further response on page 1. Mr. Bishop says, you suggested that I send the evidence next time we had a problem with getting Horizon to balance, and unfortunately it wasn't too long before this happened. On Saturday, we had a new member of staff who only began work in August, working alongside an experienced staff member. Saturday is usually a quiet day, but this was busier than most. At the start of the day, we were running a loss for the trading period of around £77, which was itself cause for concern, but we usually find that discrepancies of this size often rectify themselves when the coin stacks are checked. However, by the end of the session, the loss has increased to around £1,000, and every effort to track the cause of the problem has been unsuccessful. And Mr. Bishop attaches further information, printed remittance. He says as follows, we can't see any obvious errors. Short of the staff taking £1,000 out of the till and splitting it between them, which we consider most unlikely, we cannot explain where the money's gone. Can you see or suggest anything that we might have missed? The stock response from the helpline in these circumstances is that everything will come good when we balance at the end of the next trading period, but invariably we find that that is not the case. So we've had the second site report by this stage. Now the second site report went into detail about 2 bugs. One of them affected over 60 branches, created discrepancies, also refers to a third bug in that report. So you are now on notice of bugs in the Horizon system causing discrepancies. You have a specific issue raised by Mr. Bishop here, detail, evidence. Your evidence earlier, after originally saying that you would have tried to employ a computer expert, you then said that you would at least have grilled the post office. What did you do to grill the post office in relation to this case?
We were always grilling them about bugs or backdoor entries or remote reversals or admin reversals, whatever you want to call them. But I can't remember the specifics, but I will say is that we're a very competent team at Shoreham under Marlon dealt with most of the Horizon complaints, very good officer, Linda Willoughby and Sharon. Obviously, my day job was doing everything, new work, subsidy, compensation levels, all these things. But I was aware of most of the Horizon stuff, absolutely. And again, the reality is that postmasters have always had overages and shortages. Obviously, you hear more about the shortages than the overages, for obvious reasons. But one of the easiest ways you could make a mistake on the Horizon terminal is, let's say Mrs. Smith was getting £130 from her pension. So it's in the stack, and you're meant to finish the transaction, but you don't finish, you're maybe really busy, or you're on your own and you've got a lot of things to do. And rather than clearing that off the stack, you leave it on. So the next customer, if you're not paying attention, and this does happen, I've done it myself, most of them you can get the money back, but sometimes you don't. If you left £130 in, and let's say it was another pensioner or a child allowance at the time, child benefit, then if they were getting £100, automatically that would be added to the £130. So the stack was now showing you £230. So if you paid out that £230 because you didn't notice, then that's £130 that's went missing. It's not because you're dishonest in any way, it's because you or your staff have made a mistake. And the reality is that more customers will take an overage than come back about a shortage rather than an overage. Some will come back, good customers will come back.
Mr. Thomson, did you dismiss the concerns of sub-postmasters, just like the one that we've just been reading, in exactly the same way when they complained? User error, your fault?
Well, we believe that postmasters were responsible for losses and overages in the branches, and that small shortages were quite a common thing, yes.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment to take our second break of the morning. Could we come back at 12:10, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Thomson. We had a small excursion into 2013, but I'm going to go back to 2012. Could we please start with NFSP 50473? This is the 25th of June 2012, 25th to 27th of June. It's the meeting of the National Executive Council. Could we please turn to page 5? You can see there that you are in attendance as General Secretary. Could we please turn to page 9? There is a section on Horizon. This is before the second site report has been published. If we scroll down, Horizon. The NC, what would NC be a reference to?
Negotiating committee.
The negotiating committee will have a meeting at Fujitsu at Bracknell in July to ascertain why the system falls over and what can be done to solve problems. Need to ascertain what detections are in place when failures occur. The negotiating committee will report back to the executive committee on what improvements will be made. The post office has called for a full external forensic accountant's second site review into the Horizon system. This is because pressure had been put on Paula Venables by MPs who are challenging that the system is flawed. This has emanated from 10 cases where people have contacted their MPs after audits had taken place and losses found. Some of these have had their contracts terminated and some have been to court. The Post Office are only reviewing the 10 cases. The Federation has never been consulted on the review. The NFSP has always defended the robustness of the accountancy of the system. There are 70 million transactions conducted on the Horizon system every week. Looking at those last two bullet points, it seems as though they are related to your concerns about the review, in that it is still your position that Horizon is robust, no need for a review.
No, I mentioned it there, we were not consulted. My main angst was we were not consulted on such a fundamental policy.
Why would it then be necessary to have those last two bullet points? What would the point be at the time that the Post Office has called forensic accountants to look into the robustness of the system, to reiterate that the NFSP has always defended the robustness and that 70 million transactions are conducted every week?
We're defending the systemic robustness of the system, as I've done all morning. It's, the system is systemically robust. That's a fact. Now, bugs can occur. We know that now. We know that all the other things I've mentioned this morning. We were not told about that. We were not told by the Postal Waste Management about these other things that would have opened our eyes to some of these issues that were going on. And I find it quite remarkable that the Postal Waste were prosecuting people given they knew that their witnesses and their teams knew this was an issue. So they were going into court on a pack of lies, and that's unforgivable. But robust, the system is.
Why, after email after email after email that we've already seen this morning, would you not simply be welcoming an external independent review of the Horizon system?
We put out I think a press release, or we put something out which was basically reinforcing our belief that the system was systemically faulty. And we're doing two things there, not ignoring the postmasters caught up in it, but doing two things, protecting the brand, but protecting the reputation of all the postmasters who were actually in situ as well. And again, as I've mentioned all morning, these were a tiny, tiny fraction of the transactions that were taking place. And no doubt the inquiry's probably done some work on that, and you could show me how small the percentage is if you wanted to.
Could we please turn to poll 404486? 27th of June 2012. This is a news article, Post Office hires firm to investigate Horizon IT system, so it's an article about second site being appointed. If we turn to the second page, we can see the announcement that you're mentioning just now. says, meanwhile, George Thomson, General Secretary of the National Federation of Subpostmasters, backed the Post Office. We continue to have complete confidence in the Horizon system, which carries out hundreds of millions of transactions every week at 11,500 post office outlets across the country. The NFSP has seen no evidence to suggest that Horizon has been at fault, and we believe it to be robust. You had received those emails that I took you to, raising concerns. A lady who previously worked in a bank was experiencing problems, filling up discrepancies with her own money. Another complaint. Wouldn't it have been pretty straightforward at this stage to say, we welcome an independent investigation?
If I knew what the Post Office did at that stage, I probably would have, but I was not aware, as I've reiterated 5 or 6 times this morning. I was not aware of some of these major issues, particularly the issues that were, I'd imagine, remote access seemed to have been done on almost on an industrial scale that we were not aware of. So I may have nuanced it slightly different, but I would have still stipulated that it was a robust system, and it still is.
How are you so confident that remote access took place on a industrial scale, as you say?
Well, it's, what I've heard in the last few months, it would suggest maybe it has.
And why are you so willing to accept that and not accept that there were serious problems with the Horizon system?
Because there's not. There is not serious systemic problems with the Horizon system. And the reason I'll say that, and I'll say it here quite clearly, is because the volumes concerned, we would have been snowed under. We would not have been able to do any other work with the government, with the Post Office, anything at all. Billions of transactions, and if a tiny fraction of them, if it had been systemic, we would have been snowed under. It has not been systemic. It is operating and still is operating well. But there is issues, and you've identified them to the Post Office in the last 4 or 5 weeks, because I've been watching more of the inquiry than I used to, obviously.
Mr. Thomson, you said that if you knew what the Post Office knew, you would have welcomed the independent investigation.
No, I said my views would have been different. It would have been a lot more nuanced, yeah. But I would have still stipulated that systemically it was a robust system.
But
because what I didn't want.
If I could stop you there, what is the point of an independent investigation if the conclusion has already been reached that there were no systemic problems?
Well, that's why I was so annoyed at the Post Office not bringing me in to their decision to bring Second Sight in, because if they had given me their reasoning, then I would well have accepted that that was the need for it.
Could we please turn to poll 001843992? We start at the bottom of the page. An email from Alan Bates, now Sir Alan Bates, 20th of December 2012. Dear Mr. Thomson, so close to Christmas, and with delays in the mail, I've attached a PDF of a letter to you, which is self-explanatory, about a forthcoming investigation into the Post Office Horizon system, which I believe will benefit your members. If you so wish, it could be published in the Subpostmaster magazine. Once January arrives, there'll be significant press coverage about this investigation in order to ensure the widest possible audience is reached. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to contact me. If we scroll up, it's an email from yourself to Nick Beale, Paula Venables, Kevin Gilliland, so sending it to the Post Office. I've just received this rubbish from the Justice for Subpostmasters Alliance. Obviously, I'll tell him Horizon is secure and robust and to go away. Just keeping Post Office in the loop. The Post Office had announced an independent investigation to look into the reliability of the Horizon system. Why were you so quick to dismiss this as rubbish from the Justice for Subpostmasters Alliance?
As far as I'm concerned, Alan Bates has always implied that the Horizon system is systemically faulty. I've always disagreed with that point of view. He's basically said Post Office is not fit for purpose as well, and it should be done away with. And I disagree with him on that as well. That was my concern with everything that Justice for Subpostmasters did, that they basically were making out the whole Horizon system was systemically broken, and that basically you couldn't trust anything it did. And I fundamentally disagree with that. So not having a nuance, it's a bit like getting asked about shortages under the computerised system. I've got in my witness statement that these things happened under the old manual system, but it doesn't suit the narrative that Horizon is systemically faulty and every complaint could be about Horizon.
He wasn't saying Horizon was systemically faulty. There was. If we scroll down, what he's saying to you is that an investigation, an independent investigation is being carried out, and it might be of interest to your sub-postmasters. He says, I believe will benefit your members. He's talking there about the investigation. I'll take you to the actual letter itself. It's NFSP 5068, it's POL 001-84393. This is the letter that was attached to his email. He said as follows, I'm writing to you to offer the members of the NFSP an opportunity to engage with the investigation into the reports of faults with the Horizon system. He's not saying there it is a robust system. He's saying your members can engage with the investigation into reports of faults with the Horizon system. It has taken a number of months for all parties involved, the Post Office, Second Sight, the firm undertaking the investigation, and ourselves, Justice for Subpostmasters Alliance, to agree a document which provides a safe and secure route for people to raise issues without fear of any comeback because of having done so. As ex-sub-postmasters, we are only too aware of the problems involved with a serving sub-postmaster trying to raise Horizon issues, and I can assure your membership that we would not have accepted anything less than a guarantee of total protection. The agreement, which is in place, not only covers serving sub-postmasters, but applies to all post office employees, contractors, etc. If we scroll down, please. The investigation wants to obtain information and supporting documentation about unexplained Horizon problems that sub-postmasters have noticed or have suffered from, especially those that are current. This investigation does not replace the normal route for dealing with problems. It is there to investigate historic issues where there is supporting documentation and live problems that cannot be explained. I hope you'll take this opportunity to inform your membership of the forthcoming opening for them to raise their concerns with Horizon in an environment that has been created to alleviate any concerns so they may have about retaliation from the Post Office, as it may be the only chance they ever have to do so. All he seems to be doing there is asking you to notify your members to take part in an independent investigation that had been commissioned by the Post Office. Why would you send that to the Post Office saying, I've just received this rubbish from the JSA, obviously I'll tell them Horizon is secure and robust, and to go away?
I've already given an answer on that. As far as I'm concerned, Alan Bates' whole narrative over the last so many years has been that the Horizon system is basically kaput, and that basically everything that goes wrong in the Post Office is based on Horizon. So I make no apologies for that. And again, he also basically mentioned evidence here that the Post Office network isn't fit for purpose, it should be scrapped. I totally disagree with that as well. So I've got fundamental disagreements with Sir Alan Bates.
Where does it say that in this letter?
I'm talking about in general, not just that letter.
No, but
it's whole demeanour.
You're referring to this being rubbish. What in this letter is rubbish?
That was my opinion at the time, and much of what Alan has said since then I disagree with.
Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see the whole letter. Can you point us to the part of this letter that is rubbish?
It's my words at the time.
No, but what in this letter is rubbish? You were describing the letter as rubbish. Your response was, it's robust, it's all fine. What's rubbish here?
It wasn't just about the letter, it was obviously my understanding, my views on what Alan Bates stood for at that particular time. And again, if you fast forward that up to date, I've got major issues about what he thinks about the Post Office network.
The Post Office had commissioned an independent investigation into the Horizon system. Why would it need for you to go back to Alan Bates and say, Horizon is secure and robust, and go away? Why was that your job?
I've answered you. I've answered you about 3 times. I'll keep saying it if you want me to. I disagreed with him on the robustness of Horizon, and always have done, and I disagree with him right up to date now about the comments he made that the post office should just basically be scrapped and done away with, not fit for purpose and all these things. And again, I disagree with him, and that was just recently as well. So that doesn't bother me.
Moving on, NFSP 50680. We're now moving on to the summer of 2013, 8th of July 2013. And this is an email from Matt Adams to Paul Hook. Who was Matt Adams? Seems to have worked at a PR agency.
Yeah, but use Cobb PR.
And was that an agency that the National Federation instructed to assist them with?
We used them for many years, yeah.
Yes. Hi, Paul. Below is a very brief draft statement which George may want to add to. Just to recap, I think there is a danger of the NFSP appearing to be slightly misaligned now from the Post Office on this issue, so I think the second part is important. And this is the proposed statement. George Thomson, General Secretary of the NFSP, said, while we have never been presented with clear evidence that the Horizon system had failed to meet its primary purpose, we are nonetheless reassured that the system has been found to be robust in an independent survey, and we continue to have confidence in it. We are also encouraged to see that the Post Office Limited does concede that there is always room for improvement and scope for learning, and we look forward to hearing from our members that support levels have increased as they continue to use Horizon. Do you recall being involved in this statement?
Well, if it was in my name, of course it would be, yeah.
And what would be the process of drafting? He says it's a draft statement for you. You may want to add to it. Was there typically a toing and froing between the two of you to finalise a statement?
Sometimes I would say yeah, other times not.
Thank you. Okay. Well, this was 8th of July 2013 at 3:41. Could we please turn to NFSP 50681? Thank you. We now have an email from Mark Davis from the Post Office, the same day, but approximately an hour later. And he says, "Hi, Paul. Here is the statement. Will forward report shortly." And then he sets out the Post Office's response to the second site report. And if we scroll up, we can see that Mr. Hook has forwarded it to you and others. It looks from this email as though, where he says we will forward report shortly, that by this stage you hadn't yet received the second site report. Do you recall that?
I can't recall, no, but as I said earlier on, we represented agents who had contracts for services, a franchise if you like, and we worked closely with the Post Office to make that franchise as beneficial as we could for everyone concerned.
But what it looks like is that you have drafted an announcement in respect of the second site report without, in fact, having received the report itself, prior to receiving the report.
I couldn't give you a definite, as I said, it's a long time ago. You're reassured the system has been found to be robust in an independent survey. Is it likely that you hadn't actually read the report by the time that announcement was being drafted? I probably have read it, but I couldn't say it's 12, 13 years ago. I mean, I've read it a good few times, but...
Mark Davis is here forwarding the report. Did you ultimately read the second site report?
Yeah, of course I did, yeah.
Could we please turn to NFSP 50681? Sorry, 682 even. Thank you. This is an email with the actual ultimate statement that was made on behalf of the NFSP. This is the next day, the 9th of July. Dear Executive Officer, George has asked me to follow up his earlier email by resending the report, which it appears a few people are having difficulty opening. Please find attached. And the report is circulated on the 9th of July. In addition, please see below the statement placed this morning on the NFSP's website. And this is the final statement that was uploaded onto the NFSP's website. The NFSP has responded to the publication of an independent report on Horizon, the Post Office IT system. George Thomson, NFSP General Secretary, said, while we have never been presented with clear evidence that the Horizon system had failed to meet its primary purpose, we're nonetheless reassured that the system has been found to be robust in an independent survey and will continue to have confidence in it. He added, we're also encouraged to see Post Office concedes that there's scope for improvement. So these are the words that we saw earlier. Issues with the NFSP has raised repeatedly with the Post Office. We look forward to working with members and with the Post Office in the coming months to increase those support levels. Post Office has also issued a statement on the report's findings. Could we please now turn to UKGI 401839? We're still going chronologically. The bottom of page 1, please. You're contacted by a lead commercial litigation lawyer within Anderson Strathern. Were they the NFSP's lawyers at the time?
We used them on a semi-regular basis, and one particular case was Subpostmasters were being held liable for fraudulent green gyros, welfare benefit checks, and we used Anderson Strathern, and we got a good result, and the Post Office had to reimburse many Subpostmasters the money. So we were aware of them and we used them for a few things, yes.
So he's getting in touch with you and he says, I've seen, heard, read the detail of the computer system fallout. Do you need any advice on the legals here? I would be pleased to assist/advise as appropriate. And you then forward that email to Paula Vennells and others, if we scroll up. And you say, hi folks, this is the type of mess we've created with the Horizon debacle. Our tactics were totally misguided. You're not copied into the top email, but this is Mike Whitehead from the shareholder executive saying ambulance chasing lawyers circling. You say this type of mess, the mess we've created, what is that? The mess you...
Well, I believe that the company we use, Anderson Strathern, who were very good, that obviously the Federation tactics were wrong if they actually thought that we were wanting them to take the Post Office to court.
Was the mess you created, or that we created, the instruction of Second Sight?
No, not them.
Their report? Because this comes just after the publication of their report.
The mess we created was basically giving our lawyers the actual thoughts in their head that they thought we would engage them to take some kind of action against the Post Office.
What's the Horizon debacle, though? This is shortly after publication.
The whole situation.
Report. Are you there referring to the fact that the Second Sight report has identified issues with the Horizon system?
No, the Federation's tactics are, in my opinion, the Horizon debacle for us. That our lawyers that we're using for other things actually would think that we were coming from another direction from where we were, which was systemic, that the Horizon system was systemic and robust.
Sticking with July 2013, could we please turn to POL 001737773, and we start on page 2, please. At the bottom of this page, there's an email from Mr. Hook to yourself, and he says, hi both, Matt has been contacted by a producer at BBC Panorama which is considering running a programme on the Horizon/Justice for Subpostmasters issue. To inform their decision on whether to run with the programme or not, he's keen to talk to someone at the NFSP in more detail about our take on the issue and about our experience of Horizon more broadly. I don't feel confident enough in my knowledge of the system to do this, therefore, would one of you be willing to talk to him? If we see above, You send it to Paula Venables and others, and you say, please see email below for your information. So Panorama are considering running a program. You're being asked for a comment, and your reaction to that is to forward it within 11 minutes to Paula Venables and others.
As I've mentioned on numerous occasions today, our members were franchise holders, small business people. We work closely with the brand that we work for. I make no apologies, no apologies for that. And the reason where I'm quite hardline about things like Panorama is they didn't try, and ITV programmes, they didn't try and give a rounded picture about the volumes being done correctly. They didn't try and give a rounded picture regarding that we had problems with balancing under the old manual ledger system. Now, all this is in my witness statement, and I'm a bit concerned that you virtually paid no attention to my witness statement, because it doesn't
your
suit the
witness
narrative.
statement is in evidence. It's going to be uploaded to the inquiry's website. The chair has read your witness statement and considered it. We are dealing with things additional to your witness statement today, and I'm taking through a number of documents to ask you questions about them.
But my witness statement answered quite a lot of the things you've been asking again.
Can we please turn to page 1? Bottom of page 1, please. Mark Davies, the Communications Director at the Post Office, says, George, many thanks for forwarding this. As you can see, it was sent on to me. I'd like to contact Panorama. Are you okay with me doing so? And then your response was as follows. Mark, if you contact Panorama, would it not be apparent to them that I have passed on their details would look bad? I will speak to them tomorrow. I'll be very clear that the system is robust, but that we need to be better and more consistent when responding to claims of Horizon faults. In addition, I'll say better training is required. If we are not careful, these Horizon shenanigans will turn into a cottage industry. Earlier I asked you, if bugs were brought to your attention, what would you do? And your answer was, at the very least, you would have grilled the Post Office. This is days after the second site interim report, where it mentions bugs, errors and defects. It mentions issues affecting branch accounting. It mentions 3 bugs. It doesn't look very much like on the 11th of July you are giving the Post Office much of a grilling, are you?
We work closely with the Post Office as well, but when evidence came up, I would raise it with them, yes. But I make no apologies for working with the Post Office on publicity regarding the brand, none at all. And again, as I mentioned 2 minutes ago, that it was always about just the Horizon errors. It was never about the volume going through the system that was being done correct, and it was never about that we had problems under the old manual system as well, and people were suspended under the old manual system, people lost their houses under the old manual system. Nothing really changed moving from manual to Horizon.
Could we please turn to NFSP 401385? You're emailed the day after, the 12th of July, by somebody called Keith Richards. He says, hi George, don't know whether this has been sent to you already. It stinks of so much misinformation and untruths, which is not unusual from someone who does not know the full picture. And it's an email that's been sent from somebody called Chris Neal. It's an open letter to the Executive Committee. He says as follows, you may all be aware of certain threads on the NFSP forum regarding recent events. It was suggested that members should write to their, is that executive officers, EOs?
Yes, that would be executive officers.
Executive officers, and express their feelings and concerns. I've taken the step of copying this email to all the Executive Council with published email addresses. Please copy to those who I've missed, in the hope that the message might actually get through. I've also published this on as an open letter on the forum.
Yeah, Keith Richards he still works for the Federation. He's a very good officer of the Federation. He still works there.
And the open letter says as follows, out here, there is a lot of bad feeling towards the Post Office, and we all feel helpless, and in some cases abandoned by our General Secretary and the Executive Council, who fail to communicate with us at any meaningful level. The General Secretary could almost be accused of complicity with the Post Office and has a habit of seemingly announcing and changing NFSP policy via Twitter. No one likes being treated like a mushroom, but that is how we are feeling at the moment, with our destiny being controlled by the Post Office and an executive committee that has secretive meetings and fails to communicate and respond to our needs or wishes. If we scroll over the page, please, there's a section there on the Horizon investigation. He says as follows: the Federation's response to this report is appalling and makes it look like we did not even bother to read it at all and just accepted the Post Office press release and the first conclusion. The first conclusion being the interim finding that there were no systemic problems. The report highlights many failings within the Post Office regarding its dealings with sub-postmasters, as well as admitting to bugs in the software. The GS, that's yourself, is it?
Yeah, it will be.
Said, we are nonetheless reassured that the system has been found to be robust in an independent survey, and we continue to have confidence in it. This is totally out of step with most people's and press reaction to the report. Ken Parsons, Chief Executive of the Rural Shops Alliance, said, the fundamental problem is that Horizon does not have sufficient fail-safe or backup facilities to cope when these inevitable but rare problems occur. And, unfortunately, even a few system errors a year can wreck the lives of the sub-postmasters involved. This is the very least I would have expected our own union to say. Let's just pause there. There has been a common theme throughout your evidence today that it worked overwhelmingly for a large number of people. The number of errors must have been very, very small. What do you say about the announcement from the Chief Executive of the Rural Shop Alliance, who said that the problem is that even if they are rare, unfortunately, even a few system errors a year can wreck the lives of the sub-postmasters involved? What is your view on that?
Is that Ken Parsons?
I'm not asking about the individual, although it is from him. I'm asking about the announcement that he has made, that even if there were only a few errors a year, it can wreck the lives of sub-postmasters.
Making a mistake can wreck the lives. Ken's entitled to put what he wanted it up. He was representing his organisation. I was representing our organisation. And, you know, you've went over this a few times. The billions and billions of transactions with a tiny volume of mistakes.
And why weren't you looking out for those tiny volume of people whose, as Mr. Parsons has said, potentially their lives have been ruined? Why didn't you see it as part of your job, even if it was only a small number, to look out for that small number?
Probably because of defending both postmasters' reputations and the new work we were trying to get as well. So I was careful not to be seen to be crying wolf.
What about the reputations of that small number? What about their lives?
Well, their lives obviously have been, some of them have been dramatically destroyed. I accept that. But again, as I've reiterated time after time, if you have government directors on the board and you have a chief executive telling you one thing, then it's very hard to change.
Post Office has admitted to past bugs in Horizon, and the authors of the report stated there is problems with the hardware and communications. The authors also indicated there is a lack of information provided to sub-postmasters to adequately defend themselves. These are our colleagues who have lost everything as a result. The fact that the Post Office do not keep their records for longer than 7 years and fail to supply the investigators with proof of their guilt seems to have completely been disregarded in our response. All these issues are ones that should be and perhaps should have been taken up by the Federation. It's interesting to note that the NFSP was not mentioned at all in the report, and perhaps that is because the Federation took the stance of complete and blind trust in Horizon without full and proper investigation and support on behalf of the affected sub-postmasters. If the convictions of these individuals are found to be unsafe at a later date, this stance may come back to haunt us. I mean, that's quite prescient, isn't it?
Well, I think looking from where we are now and given what I know about the Post Office and what they were saying, yeah, we were probably much too trusting of the post office, yes. We're probably the case.
You received this communication on the 12th of July. Why didn't you do something about it?
I can't recall what happened to it or not.
Why don't we see a single statement from yourself that is similar to that was made by Ken Parsons?
I've just made a point that we were probably, given what we know now, too trusting of the post office, yes.
NFSP 50536. This is a meeting of the National Executive Committee on the 3rd of September 2013. If we look at, please, page 11, we spoke first thing this morning about the stages of the negotiations with the Post Office. There's a section here on Horizon. The Post Office interim report on Horizon had concluded that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the Horizon system. However, it highlighted the fact that training and support for sub-postmasters was not all it could be. Post Office are in discussions with the negotiating committee on providing training and support. Wendy Burke reported that there has been an issue with the prompts on one of her screens in relation to the postage not being consistent. The Horizon system helpline were aware of this issue. Ian Park will raise this, although it did not affect any balancing on the system. Believed there was no systematic problem with Horizon. It says this: people are jumping on the bandwagon and blaming losses on the Horizon system. Since the report was published, Shoreham HQ have advised those that blame Horizon to write to Paula Vennells, Post Office Limited. Bad publicity could prevent some customers using Post Office and affecting the future of the network. Was that one of your big concerns, that bad publicity could stop people from coming to the Post Office?
Well, part of it was that, but also I had 2 phone calls from, one was a postmistress, one was a postmaster, one who was there in 1996 and one in 97, and they were both blaming Horizon for losses that they had when they were in the post office. And obviously that's the kind of situation we're in, because I had to explain to them that, you know, that Horizon wasn't in place in 1996 or 97. So I was aware of that, and it was on the back also a situation in Scotland where there was a £100,000 shortage in one branch, and the son admitted that he had a gambling problem. He had taken it. The father knew nothing about it. So that was happening about the time when I was talking about jumping on that every single error or mistake gets blamed on Horizon being faulty, and that was always the danger in a system that's dealing with, you know, tens of billions of pounds in short periods.
We see below trade union status, and we discussed that this morning. The General Secretary reported that recent paperwork received had been circulated. The NFSP had been a trade union for some 70 to 80 years. NFSP is at present an unincorporated association. The certification office was set up, and then it gives the date. It's believed that disaffected ex-members with the backing of the CWU had questioned the NFSP's status with the certification officer. The certification office intends to delist the Federation on the 4th of October 2013, will no longer be a trade union within the next 2 months, but will still remain as an unincorporated association. Currently have 6,100 real members, of whom all are self-employed. If we scroll over the page, if we go down 3/4 of the way, please, there's an entry there that by this time it says believed joining with the CWU will not be an option as they represent Crown offices, etc. And the NFSP believes that these are not viable to the network. If we scroll down, the bottom 2 bullet points questioned if the NFSP's funds would need to be paid back to members, suggested to try and extend the date of the 4th of October for the NFSP being delisted as a trade union, confident will have influence with the Post Office for the next year because of network transformation. Over the page, please. Possibly realise the ambition of representing all sub-postmasters and operators through auto-enrolment once the NFSP is not longer a trade union, because there'll be no longer be the threat of being a closed shop. And then we have Bhavna Desai, it's the third from bottom bullet point, asked if any letter to members could be sent sooner rather than later, as she believed there would be motions to say all the assets will have to be dissolved and the members will not see any of the money. So it seems as though at the very time when you are dealing with the fallout from the second site report, there are also some serious concerns about the future funding of the National Federation. Do you agree with that?
Not in particular. What there was discussions regarding, did the Federation have a long-term future? Did it have enough resources to go on? And as I said to you earlier on today, I had a meeting with a lot more than one, with Philip Bloor, the Finance Director, where I said, will we be able to go on independent for about a year and a half? And Philip quite categorically said to wind everything down, George, people wouldn't have got their money back, there'd be no money left because the staff would have had to have been looked after. And because we'd been around a long time and all the staff in Shoreham had been there a long time, we wanted to look after them, I made sure that we changed the contracts, and every member of staff who was in head office, if we had ended up folding, where an extra year's compensation was put in for them if they were going to be sacked or made redundant, whatever you want to call it. So again, the money wouldn't have lasted very long. There wasn't very much of it, but I was making sure that the staff, some that had been there 20, 30 years, were all going to be looked after if we ended up having to call it a day.
The suggestion, though, that may be made is that it was very important for you at that time to keep the post office on side to ensure that they could fund the future of the NFSP.
See, I disagree with that, because my support of Horizon has, I know in some of the evidence, I think Mark Baker said in something that my support for Horizon was stronger, and when we're in the mutualisation trying to get that. That's not the case, because I've always supported Horizon. I've made that quite clear. I was told today to do the opposite of what I've done. Just come along, George, blame the post office for everything. Sorry. But I'm too open for that. The reality is that we did not change our view on Horizon because we were looking at our future and where we were going to go. Absolutely not. And I probably support the Horizon system as much now as I did then. Obviously, I'm furious about the shenanigans of the post office, holding back all these information. But more importantly, I'm furious at the post office for taking people to court and people giving professional expert witness statements, knowing that people could access your computer. That's scandalous. But in terms, as I said before, being systemically robust, it is. The post office were crazy to take people to court, knowing that they were lying on a regular basis about being able to get into the Horizon system. Quite bizarre.
Mr. Thomson, you said that you were furious at the post office for withholding information, but now, July 2013, you had information. You had the second site interim report, which in fact raised bugs that talked about discrepancies. Why at this stage were you still promoting the Horizon system?
As being systemically robust, yes. Because having bugs in the system does not show the Horizon system not systemically robust, because what you'd be doing now is saying the same thing even now.
Could we turn to UKGI 405002? And it's page 2 I'd like to look at. We're going to move on now in time quite considerably to 2015. If we scroll down, please. Your PA is writing to George Freeman, who I think was a minister at the time. And she says, I write on behalf of George Thomson, leader of the organisation representing the Subpostmasters in the UK. He would very much like to meet with you to explain exactly why, as an organisation, we believe the Post Office Horizon computer system is robust, secure and accurate. Why, as late as 2015, did you feel the need to have to promote to a minister that the Horizon computer system is robust, secure and accurate?
I've answered you loads of times, but I'll do it again. for the benefit of doubt, because I've always believed that the Post Service, Horizon system, an EPOS system, is a robust system. Now, having bugs in the system, the postmasters should be told about them, they should be rectified. I agree with that, but having some bugs in the system does not stop it being a systemically robust system. In fact, the second site report makes that point. Yet you're trying to imply it does.
You've used the word accurate there as well. You're not just saying it's robust, you're saying it is both also secure and accurate. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, it's what I said at the time, yes, so I'm not going to dance on a pinhead about that.
Can we please turn to poll 001529886? This is the final document we'll go to before lunch. We're still in the summer of 2015. Can we start on page 4, please? If we look at the halfway down page 4, there's a panorama programme in 2015, August 2015. If we scroll down, you say, our reply will be consistent, Horizon is robust, last night's programme was bullshit. George. Page 3, please. Bottom of page 3. From yourself to Mark Davis. Well, Mark Davis responds, good to see George. I was surprised they didn't at least reflect your view in the programme as representative of most postmasters. And you respond, hi Mark, similar to request for Paula to resign, I've had 2 sub-postmasters so far demanding my resignation. Any attempt to now soften both our stances on Horizon would be catastrophic for the network and company. If we scroll up, please. We have Mr. McConnell on page 2 saying, emailing Mark Davis, and he says, hi Mark, we have issued the statement below to members. We remain firm on Horizon. You'll appreciate too we need to remain the critical friend stance. If we scroll down, this is a statement that you put out following that panorama programme in 2015. If we scroll down the page, we can, and over to the next page, there's just one paragraph I'll read to you there. Put simply, the NFSP has not received calls from sub-postmasters querying Horizon and alleging systematic failings. If there were a widespread problem, our sub-postmasters would have made us aware of it. As a result, we have no choice but to conclude that Horizon is fundamentally sound and safe system. Now, Mr. Thomson, we saw those complaints. We saw them go to you, to your inbox in 2013. We saw a number of quite detailed complaints. How is it that you felt comfortable following that panorama programme to say that you've not received calls from sub-postmasters querying Horizon and alleging systematic failings, and that if there were, the sub-postmasters would have made you aware of it? You had, in fact, received...
I don't believe these were querying systematic failings. They were sent on individual cases. I think the only people that were claiming, in my opinion, that it was systemic failures was people like Alan Bates and probably people like Mark Baker and Helen Baker, who were querying it. The vast majority of postmasters never queried it had systemic. There's a lot more now, systemic failures.
I will actually take you to one more document before we break for lunch, because you've mentioned Mark Baker. Could we please turn to CWEU 6013? This is the press release from the CWU of the same time, 17th of August 2015. Dear colleague, Post Office Panorama Programme on Horizon issues. I'd like to advise branches and members that the BBC's Panorama Programme will highlight the issues faced by many postmasters in relation to alleged problems with Horizon. So their acknowledgement there is that there are issues faced by many postmasters in relation to alleged problems with the Horizon system. The announcement then sets out the synopsis of the programme, and then it quotes from Andrew Bridgen. If we scroll down, It says, the subject was also raised during Prime Minister's questions on the 1st of July 2015 when Andrew Bridgen asked the following. Owing to ongoing issues with the Post Office's Horizon software accounting system, I believe that many honest, decent, hard-working sub-postmasters and sub-postmistresses have lost their reputations, their livelihoods, their savings, and in the worst cases, their liberty. This is a national disgrace. Will my right honourable friend consider the request from members across the House for a judicial inquiry into this matter and bring it to a conclusion? And it has below the Prime Minister's response acknowledging the service that Mr Bridgen had carried out in campaigning tirelessly on the issue. Why couldn't NFSP announcements be as balanced as this announcement?
Because we were closer to the issues than the CW. And again, the CW had over 200 members were convicted, and I don't know what the CW did about that in terms of courts or anything like that. If they what's the phrase, put their money where their mouth is and did something about that, I'm not sure. But about 200 staff were convicted over that period.
What they don't do, though, at any stage in these, certainly not in any documents that we have, is an announcement that says that Horizon is fundamentally sound and safe system, like you did after the Panorama programme. Why is there such a difference between yourselves and the CWU on this?
Well, I think it is sound, systemically sound, but also I believe that, and that's when I should have used the word nonsense rather than BS on a few things, but it's the lack of balance, and i.e. there's nothing in any of these programmes or the ITV documentary, there's nothing at all that mentions that problems that happened before Horizon, the old manual system, many of them, and the sheer volume of transactions that were going through the network that were spot on, the overwhelming majority. So that's all the programmes that have come out. I've always been very critical of because they haven't given a balance. It's been one side of this system is rubbish. We've all been, we've all been let down with it, and part of the let down by it's true, of course, because of the Post Office's actions. But there's never been a balance explaining that, yes, we had suspensions under the old manual system. We had people going to jail under the manual system. We had people losing their houses under the manual system. And God forbid it, in the old days as well, there was some suicides as well. I understand that, and that's heartbreaking. But there was no balance. It's almost like all these problems began in losses when Horizon came along. And that's simply not the case.
So I think that's an appropriate moment for us to take our lunch break.
Yeah.
Could we come back slightly before 2 o'clock? Could we perhaps come back at 5 to 2?
Yeah, certainly. As you know, Mr. Blake, our normal finishing time on a Friday is 3. And as it happens, for personal reasons, I can't go beyond 3 o'clock today. Are we still likely to finish this witness in that period, or may we need to think about...
No, sir, we will finish. I only have 5 or 10 minutes.
Right, all right. Well, 5 to 2 then, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can we please move to NFSP 50500? We're now moving on to the summer of 2016, June 2016, and a meeting of the council. If we scroll over the page, please, over to page 5, you can see that by this time you are Chief Executive Officer. I think that, did the title change over time?
Yes, it did.
Could we now turn to page 22? And there is a section on any other business. If we scroll down, we have there, Peter Montgomery asked what the policy of the NFSP was in regard to Freeth solicitors who are asking sub-postmasters that they believe suffered losses as a result of Horizon to allow Freeths to work on their behalf and take the post office to court. The CEO, so that's you, explained that Freeths are basically ambulance chasers. Freeths are desperate to get sub-postmasters to engage with them. Freeths also maintain that the sub-postmaster contract is unfair with regard to the sub-postmaster being responsible for losses. It is up to the individual to decide whether they wish to sign a contract or not. Legally, a contract does not have to be fair. So is that your view as expressed at that meeting?
Yes, but we've been told, we'd actually taken advice about the contract some years before, and we were told that we engaged solicitors in London that a contract doesn't have to be fair, because you know, if you sign it, it has been unfair. I think everybody feels for a long time that the contract has been too one-sided towards the post service, and your members express that on regular occasions. Yeah.
And were you upset with Freeths because they were undermining the position of the NFSP at this stage?
Well, we never had much engagement with Freeth whatsoever, but I do, you know, when I say ambulance chasers, they did end up, if it wasn't for government intervention, the sub-postmasters that had the case ended up getting very little money, you know, and I think a lot of the money was swallowed up in costs, wasn't it?
The NFSP's policy has always been that it is a robust system and we have full confidence in it. That was the policy that you explained earlier. If we scroll over, please. Do not believe the system is systemically faulty. Most people that blame Horizon for losses are overinflating their cash declarations, false accounting. Where did you get that from?
The reality is there some people that have lost money because of Horizon bugs and faults and the post office's stance at criminal cases? Absolutely, there has been. However, and I've not been given it, you've been very careful not allowing me to say this, but this has always been the case. The postmasters, everything's always been kept in-house within the post office industry, same with Royal Mail. And I've been at cases over the years, even when it was the old manual system, where errors sometimes, I mentioned the stack, just add, in the old days you had to do things with pencil, you had to add up 2 pensions. If you got that wrong, you could lose money. So there's always been mistakes made. Most of the errors that postmasters have are genuine mistakes by them or their staff. That goes for the old manual system, the ledger system, and the Horizon system. The vast majority of complaints about Horizon were nothing to do with Horizon. They were basically just things being done wrong, not by intention, but by mistake.
And how did you form the opinion that most people that blame Horizon for losses are overinflating their cash declarations? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, one of the key red flags the Post Office used to use, they couldn't do it so much under the manual system, but it was about cash declarations. Under the old manual system, you were meant to put your cash declarations in every night as well. But lots of people didn't put them in. No one really checked the old ledgers until auditors came out. So you might have had a situation where you hadn't put the overnight cash holding in for ages and you do the balance once a week or once a month. But with Horizon, you had to make your cash declaration every night. So a lot of the times, and I remember an office who were claiming extra fivers all the time, and when auditors went out, instead of having about 8,000 or 9,000 fivers in the branch, there was none at all. And the reality is, and you know, the vast majority of sub-postmasters and the vast majority of claimants on the Horizon inquiry are decent, honourable, honest people. I won't dispute that for a minute, but it's a franchise that's been struggling for even before the Horizon. And people, that's why we used to encourage people to take the compensation and leave with their restructuring programmes. So, yes, so the post office were aware when, and it was a red flag, when it seemed to be the money they needed for running the branch, they were ordering more in than what the cash declarations would suggest. So if your cash declaration said you had...
Mr Thomson, we need to move on.
Well, you're asking, I have to give a bit of background. And, you know,
we don't have time for the level of detail that you're going into right now in respect of a simple question, which is how you personally formed the opinion.
But I'm giving you that background of why I formed that opinion.
Okay, let's move on to the next bullet point. Sub-postmasters take money sometimes, and members of staff also take money. Reminded that members of the council should adhere to collective cabinet responsibility. Is that in effect saying that all members needed to toe the line in respect of the line regarding the Horizon system?
Well, you make a collective decision, and it's like the British Cabinet, or it should be like the British Cabinet. You make a collective decision, and that becomes the policy of the organisation. Yes, that's correct.
Could we please turn to poll 00248-962? Moving now to 2017, 27th of April. Page 5, please. If we start on the bottom of page 5, there is an email from Andrew Parsons, who is an external lawyer advising the Post Office. If we scroll down, please. He is emailing Thomas Moran and Roderick Williams at the Post Office. He says, please see attached a letter from Freeths regarding advertising the GLO. Most of this is just process points, which we will deal with in due course. However, in the penultimate paragraph, they ask for the Post Office's consent to place an advert in Subpostmaster magazine. And he says in the final paragraph, are the NFSP still generally supportive of the Post Office and Horizon? If so, it would be quite a powerful message if Freeths approached the NFSP and the NFSP refused to allow the advert on the grounds that they thought the litigation was meritless. This type of message would have to be reported up to Freeths insurers and funders, and it would perhaps knock their confidence if a key union was standing by the Post Office rather than the claimants. If we scroll up to page 4, please, the middle of page 4. Mr. Moran responds to Mr. Parsons, and he says, thanks. George is very negative about Freeth's approach, and I do not think will accept this in his publication. It's not our decision. For the avoidance of doubt, we have no direct control over the magazine, which is edited independently by the NFSP. So the obvious approach would be to inform them of that and redirect them to contact the NFSP direct. In the meantime, I would inform George of the possibility by forwarding the letter, which I'll do now. Scrolling up, Mr. Parsons then advises the Post Office. He says, Tom, be careful about emailing George. Your email may not be privileged. Keep it neutral. And Mr. Moran responds, Nick Beale will be speaking to George on a planned call later today, so we'll note this to him. He's absolutely confirmed that the magazine is entirely NFSP, so our letter should simply make it clear and redirect to them. If we scroll up to page 2, Mr. Parsons then responds, and he says, a call with George is better than an email, no audit trail to disclose. And if we turn to the first page, please, Mr. Moran reports back after having had a conversation. He says, I can confirm that we have made George Thomson at NFSP aware, and the response should be, as advised, to redirect Freeths to NFSP directly, as we have no control over the publication. Do you recall a conversation with the Post Office regarding the approach from Freeths to advertise in the NFSP magazine?
I think we did discuss it. We work, as I said before, I make no apology, we work very closely with the Post Office on behalf of the franchise holders. And that's quite common. If you have a franchise, you work with the company that gives you the franchise. That's common common behaviour.
And did you refuse to advertise the group litigation in the magazine?
Well, this is where I'm not sure. I don't know. I've got a feeling it went in, but I'm not 100%. I really can't recall, but I've got a feeling they maybe did get an advert in the Subpostmaster, but I'm not 100%. I could be wrong on that.
Okay. Could we turn to poll 00162362? I'm now going back in time slightly to 2015. I just want to ask you a few questions very briefly about the relationship between yourselves and the Post Office's communications team and their senior executive. This is 2015 in relation to the mediation scheme. And if we scroll down, there's an email from Angela van der Bogerd to Mark Davis at the Post Office. And it's a paragraph that I'd just like, it's that middle paragraph, the bottom paragraph now, the final sentence. She says to Mark Davis, in relation to this particular issue, she says, I've discussed this issue with George Thomson, and we agree an approach using the Subpostmaster magazine to try to rebuild the confidence in Horizon. Do you recall a conversation with Angela van der Bogerd about using the Subpostmaster magazine to try and rebuild the confidence in Horizon?
I don't recall it, but given my strong support for the systemic nature of Horizon, it wouldn't surprise me, no, but I can't recall it, but I would imagine it's correct.
And could we turn to poll 003144729? 19th of April 2015, Mr. Davis emails you, Hi George, BBC is planning to go to town on second site report tomorrow, really attacking Post Office. The journo's dealing with it are, and he gives their details. Up to you, of course, if you want to get involved, but wanted to let you know. Did Mark Davis see you as a convenient voice in favour of the Horizon system?
I've got a lot of time for Mark Davis. We worked closely, and again, I make no apologies, not just on Horizon. That's one of the things that I've got in my witness statement. We had to work closely with the Post Office on government work, network restructuring, all the issues. So we were used to dealing with it. In fact, I think it was David McConnell, he had, the Post Office were cutting back staff, and we had a vacancy in our communications team. And David McConnell, because he knew the Post Office inside out, because he was working there, David McConnell joined us as one of our, I think he was a press officer, I think. So, you know, that was a close tie. We had good working relationships with the Post Office. And again, as I said, as the franchise, as the organisation who represents the franchise holders who've all got lots of money invested in the company, we obviously have to work closely with the company. That's common sense.
If we turn to poll 003155623. If we look at the bottom email on that page, 29th of April 2015, there is an email to yourself. Hi George, Roland Gribben at the Telegraph is inquiring about whether there is an update about Horizon. See below. I haven't spoken to him yet. Is there anything further to say at the moment? If we scroll up, you respond to the Post Office and you say, hi guys, are we still battening down the hatches? Very best, George. And Mark Davis responds, hi George, we're being pretty robust in pushing back, to be honest, not necessarily always reported. Not really sure what he's getting at here. Is this a typical example of your relationship?
Was this after Paula and Angela van den Bogen gave evidence to the Select Committee in 2015? I'm trying to... was that after it or before it? Was it after it?
I can show you, if we turn to the second page, there's a little more detail.
I'm not 100%, but...
it says, here's the statement we released after the Select Committee.
Right. To be honest with you, within Post Office Limited, and I was up at meetings, you know, a couple of days after the Select Committee. My view was quite clear, and I expressed it very strongly, that the performance of Angela and Paula, and I'm not decrying them, they've got a job to do, but they should be not open and honest with these committees and inquiry. I thought it was a car crash of a performance, and that was well shared by many people at senior level, and that's, I think, that batting down the hatches was the feedback from that. That when I went in, and this is truthful, I was so concerned with how they didn't have a grip of it, that I said they should basically, anybody who had something in the system for a claim, they should settle the claim and get this brought to a head, but get this brought to a close, because it was so damaging for the brand, and these people who were genuinely making these claims should be just settled and get it brought to a conclusion, get it done. And no, if I'd done that 8 or 9 years ago, it'd probably been better for everybody, including people who were affected with it. That's how bad. That's what I'm pretty certain. That's what 90% certain. That's what it refers to. Batting down the hatches.
Could we please turn to poll 0022828? The next month, 10th of May. Halfway down the first page, please. An email from Mark Davis. He says, our media relationships with George and team are very good at present. He has been tipping us off privately about people sniffing around Horizon, and I genuinely don't see this as coming from him. It's in relation to a negative article. Were you tipping off the post office privately about people sniffing around Horizon?
I've made the point time after time today that Horizon is a robust system, and that working with the post office as an organisation that represents postmasters with the franchises and having a lot of money invested in the brand, I work closely with the post office. But I've told you that about 7 times or 8 times today, so it shouldn't come as a surprise.
Could we please turn to poll 001622628? We start on page 2, please. 19th of August 2015, an email from Callum Greenhow, who was at that point NFSP Branch Secretary, South of Scotland Branch. And if we scroll down, he says, George, I have received the BSc from you yesterday in response to the recent programmes aired by the BBC on the Post Office. And he addresses the Panorama programme. Could we scroll over the page? I'll read to you 3 paragraphs from his email. He says at the top here, imagine for a moment if what was highlighted through the programme was true. Where would that leave those sub-postmasters affected? Where would it leave the Post Office, and where would it leave the NFSP? If we scroll down to the final 2 paragraphs, he's highlighting there the developments over time, and he says, there are just too many impartial experts that cast doubt on the Post Office's and subsequently the NFSP's position. It's the criminal justice expert, the computer expert, the forensic accountant, the computer programmer, and of course 144 MPs. The NFSP should be echoing the Prime Minister in calling for every assistance to get to the bottom of this issue, to ensure once and for all, on behalf of all members, past, present and future, that there categorically is no issue now, nor has there ever been a problem with Horizon. It would be encouraging if the NFSP showed support for those 20 sub-postmasters that are currently having their cases reviewed. None of us would wish any innocent individual to have their reputations, livelihood and liberty ruined incorrectly. Sometimes things go wrong, and let's face it, we've been around Post Office long enough to know it often does. Your response to Mr. Greenhow is on the previous page. You say as follows, thank you for sending me your individual thoughts on Horizon and sharing further individual thoughts on our forum. My statement comments over the last 12 years on Horizon have been on behalf of the Executive Council, both as an Executive Officer and then General Secretary. My comments, however, are on behalf of Executive Council. I can assure you that the Executive Council still believe that the Horizon system is robust and safe. Once again, thank you for contacting me on this important subject. A strong rebuttal to Mr. Greenhow there.
Well, you want me to answer that? I'll come on to that in a minute, but Callum actually was, words are cheap, actions are difficult. Callum was in place for over a year and a bit before Justice Fraser and the Federation's position. So when he was in a position to change anything, he didn't. Basically, he was in a position for a year and a half to change the Federation's support of Horizon, and he didn't. Now, turning to the email, it was always believed by many of the officers on the Executive Council that Callum, at that particular time, was close to a few people round about the CW Postmaster section. And we believe that he obviously spoke to other people and that they were not necessarily coming direct from Callum, but on behalf of a small group around the CW.
But isn't it reasonable what he's suggesting to you there, that all the NFSP really needed to do was show support for a small number of sub-postmasters who are currently having their cases reviewed?
I've answered the question. The question was that Callum at that time, we believed, was quite supportive of some of the people who joined the CW, and that was in the background of that answer as well.
And what we see at page 1, at the bottom of page 1, is what you did with that information. You sent it to David McConnell and Mark Davis at the post office for your information. Why would you send that email from Callum Greenhow and your response to the Post Office Communications Director?
I've made the point many times today. Our job was to protect sub-postmasters' franchises, make them as valuable as we could. There was a small amount of postmasters who claimed to have problems with Horizon in comparison to the billions of transactions, and working with the owners of the brand that you work for is what I would expect a good trade association to be doing. We never seen them as the opposition, as the enemy. Sometimes unions may see it that way. We always work with them, and now and again there'd be spats, and I'd have fallouts with Paula. But we worked with the company that held the franchise as our members, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because the better you can make a franchise, the theory is the better rewarded your members will be.
Did you see Mr. Greenhow as the enemy?
Not in particular, because I was a supporter of Callum becoming the chief executive after I left. So not particularly. People can have views, people can change their views. And as I said, Callum was part of the team, and when I left, there was no change at all to the Federation's position until I believe they got quite a rough. Well, they weren't invited, but Justice Fraser gave the Federation a bit of a kicking. I wasn't there at the time, and I think that's when the Federation's position changed to basically, it's all the Post Office's fault, which it is. And sorry. But I'm trying to give it more nuance. There was more going on than just the Post Office making a Horlicks of taking people to court on duff evidence where the new people are lying. I could sit here all day and just repeat that. It was their fault. It's their fault, and it was. But it's more nuanced, because losses and suspensions happen long before Horizon. The volumes are massive, and you show 8 or 9 emails at me. We were dealing with billions of transactions.
Mr. Thomson, is it just a coincidence that these emails of the very close relationship between yourself and the Post Office's communications team, is it a coincidence that they were occurring around the time that you were negotiating these significant sums of money?
Absolutely not. I've said to you before, countless times, my support for Horizon didn't get worse or better at the time of these discussions. It never changed, and I've been as big a supporter. And what you don't get from this is that you can't answer why Horizon now is doing £3.5 billion £3.5 billion of banking transactions a month for a system that has been rubbished and kicked to hell over the last 7, 8 years, in particular the last 2 years.
Thank you. So those are all of the questions that I have.
Thank you.
We have some questions for Mr. Steen, followed by Ms. Page, followed by Ms. Watt.
Right. And I take it, ladies and gentlemen, that you can accommodate my timetable this afternoon.
So, if you seem to be speaking, I'm afraid the sound's not on this side.
Sorry, can you say that again? The mic was on.
The mic looks on, it's got green on it.
It's on now.
Yeah, you're on now, Mr. Steen. It's certainly.
So I'm afraid we can't hear you.
You can't hear me, right? Well, then just ask the question.
Fred, we still can't hear you, sir.
Well, that's very strange.
So can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
We can now hear you, sir.
If I've learned one thing about the world in this inquiry, is that occasionally there are glitches, Mr. Steed.
Perhaps that's a surprise to Mr. Thomson. Mr. Thomson, many of our clients have been watching your evidence today and are of the view that you got into the post office bed with Paula Venables and did whatever she wanted you to do. Is that a fair description of what was going on?
No, it's nonsense.
You've given evidence and you've spoken about the fact that, and I quote, this is about 12:38 today, we had problems under the old manual system as well, you said. People were suspended under the old manual system. People lost their houses under the old manual system. Nothing really changed.
Right.
I see. So that's something that you were aware of when you went into post at the National Federation of Subpostmasters, is it?
Of course it was, yeah.
Right. What did you do to try and change that position under the old system so that people did not lose their houses, did not lose their livelihoods, Mr. Thomson?
No one ever wants someone to get in that position. However, cash is the tool of the trade of the post office industry. And we used to do billions of pounds of value transactions a month just for the DWP alone. So the difference between our owners and, say, a shopkeeper or a newsagent was there was always significant sums of cash around. And the vast majority of postmasters, were straight as a die. Mistakes could be made, of course. I said before, people adding things up, but you were responsible for it. I could give you so many cases. For example, the Federation would send someone along, say on a Thursday morning or on a Friday morning. The auditors would phone, we would go along, we would try and get a resolution. But depending on the kind of money it was missing, that's when it could have life-changing implications, both under the old system and the new system.
Right. Well, can you try answering my question?
I was answering your question.
Now, what I asked was this, that you were aware under the old system that people lost their houses under the old manual system. And your evidence is that continued under the Horizon system. That's what you're saying,
Absolutely, yes.
What did you, when you were at the National Federation of Subpostmasters, do about that, Mr. Thomson?
Well, when we were changing, for example, when we were changing to Horizon Online, I sent an email out to members reminding them that the auditors were coming, and when you were changing from the first stage of Horizon to the second stage of Horizon, there would be a full cash and stock declaration. That was me warning them to make sure it was right. And it goes back to when it was manual. We always told members, you have to make sure that the cash and stock that you have there is correct, because your contract is liable for it. And to be honest with you, given the volumes of business we were doing, particularly for the government knew it was auditors were a deterrent. It was a deterrent for postmasters not to borrow or take post office money. And every year, there was 2 or 3, it's just a fact of life, I know you're shaking your heads, 200 or 300 people under the old manual system were suspended. Not prosecuted, some were prosecuted. 200 or 300 were suspended. It was ongoing, and it was the same with postmen. Now, we tried to keep that in-house as much as we can, because it's not just about protecting the brand, it was about protecting postmasters' standing in their community. But you always get, postmasters are decent people. But if your circumstances change, and let's say someone lost their job or you were going to lose your house, there was a case in an old postmistress in Scotland under the manual system. They'd done an audit and she was £6,000 short. And she admitted to them that the postal salary had become so low and unaffordable that she had been paying her electricity bill and gas bill for the last 5 years. And she said, I always intended to put it back. She never got prosecuted, I may add. I always intended to put it back, but I could never afford to do it. So this is part of what, there's no balance to the thing. It's almost like the post office problems and balancing problems only started with Horizon. That's an absolute nonsense.
Now, Mr. Thomson, we need to finish by 3.
Well,
we have a go at that.
I'll come back if I have to.
The position in relation to sub-postmasters, are you trying to say that the ones that fell afoul of the system under the old manual system and the Horizon system, are you trying to say that they're collateral losses, like you're a World War I general ordering the troops over the top into the Somme?
No, it's a fact.
Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Mr.
it's a fact of life. If you use post office and government money, either taking it for yourself or staff take it, you're liable for it. Now, if you didn't have that, the government used to pre-fund the benefits to the tune of hundreds of millions of pounds a month. If you didn't have that kind of deterrent, then you couldn't run your company for obvious reasons. But that money is a tool of the trade, and the money is still a tool of the trade. And that's what concerns me going forward, because at the moment in time, the post office basically have got a company that, if it wasn't owned by the government, would be bankrupt as we speak. And that would be collateral
Thompson,
damage.
so your view and your evidence is that the contract and the interpretation of the contract by the post office, which is that sub-postmasters must pay up regardless of fault. Your view.
No, I never said regardless of fault.
Well,
I never said
your
that.
view is
Don't put words in my mouth, please.
well, I was going to put the words back into your mouth by repeating what you said, which is that it was a deterrent. The system was a deterrent, putting the onus, seemed to be in what you're talking about regarding audits on the sub-postmaster. Was that your view?
Having an audit, having auditors was a deterrent. Yes, it was well known. And it was, I joined the post office at 18, and I knew from the age of 19 that the post office done private prosecutions. Royal Mail still do some private prosecutions as we speak, but that's mostly against dog owners that have been warned and warned about their dogs biting postmen. So I knew from 19-year-old, 18, 19-year-old, that we'd done private prosecutions, because we had hundreds of millions of pounds of government money sloshing about in post office safes. Now that's a fact. Now, in an ideal world, you want nobody to take it. But when you get to cases where you turn up and postmasters are met, should have £60,000 cash. Why you got 30,000? This was before Horizon. Well, I took. So wait a minute. Let me finish. So I took 30,000.
We need to make progress.
So I take it.
We need to make progress, Mr. Thompson. I think even you recognise that. Right. Can we go to a document, please? POL 00189165. And page 3 of that document, please. Now, if we go to page 3 and scroll down, please. Right. Thank you. That's ideal. Okay. Now, this relates to a sub-postmistress called Jennifer O'Dell. And we can see the dates that we're concerned with in 2009. I'm just going to point out a couple of examples, but all of the examples essentially are very similar. So this is Mrs. O'Dell talking to the post office helpline. And these are notes that are made by a post office investigator. Okay? All right. So let's look at the 5th of November entries as examples. 5th of November 2009. Spoke to Mrs. O'Dell today. Now, this is talking about the helpline, the post office helpline. Do you understand that, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay. Spoke to Mrs. O'Dell today. Office has a loss of £7,000. She's been carrying the loss since May. Explained to postmistress that this loss should have been made good when she's been rolling her TP, but she refuses to make it good, as she said the loss is not hers. And then the 2nd, 5th of November, Subpostmaster reports having 1,000 loss a month since May, now totalling £7,000 plus. She refuses to make good, as she blames the system for the losses. All right? So we can see what's happening here. Mrs. O'Dell's phoning up the post office helpline, and she's saying, look, there's the system. I don't know what's wrong. There's something wrong with the system. It's adding up. Keeps on building up to substantial losses of thousands of pounds, as you can see. Do you understand that's what she's saying? Do you understand that, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And she's being told, as we can see by the helpline, look, you need to make up for these losses. Did you know that that was what was going on with the post office helpline?
Postmasters are responsible.
Did you know that was going on with the helpline organised by the Post Office?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's a bit of a black and white answer, isn't it? You either did or you didn't, Mr. Thomson. Did you know that the Post Office helpline was deterring people by saying, you pay up for shortfalls, it's up to you to pay? Did you know that?
I probably did, yeah, but can I just come back on that point? It was in the contract. People make mistakes. The attitude that the questions you're given is that every single mistake it was made and every single shortage that a postmaster had, and you started off manually and you're now on to Horizon, must have been because of the Horizon system. That's fundamentally incorrect, what you're saying there.
Well, I don't think that's what Mr. Steen is saying, but the question is simply this. Were you aware, Mr. Thomson, that generally speaking, if a postmaster rang up the helpline and said, I've got this problem, and the result is I've got a shortage of £6,000, the stock answer from the helpline would be, well, it's your responsibility to make that good.
Myself or some of the team would be aware of that without a doubt, yeah.
Fine, thank you.
So the situation that you accept was that sub-postmasters were being told to pay up, despite the fact, as Mrs. O'Dell did, she was saying, look, I don't know what's going on. It's not my fault. It's the system. You knew that. Is that right?
Anybody could blame Horizon on a mistake that they made or their staff could make. And in fact, I think there was over 200 sub-postmaster staff were actually prosecuted. Not the postmasters, not the CW members, but their staff. So staff can take money as well. Of course they can. But what's coming across is that every single mistake that was made or every single claim mistake was down to Horizon. And again, that is wrong.
Do you now accept, Mr. Thomson, that there were a number of bugs, errors and defects in the Horizon system that had the potential to affect and did affect the integrity of Post Office branch accounts? Do you now accept that?
I now accept that all the prosecutions that took place were unsafe because the Post Office were aware of the things that you were saying, yeah.
Do you now accept the evidence?
That's not Mr. Steen's question, Mr. Thomson. If I tell you that in this inquiry, both the Post Office and Fujitsu have formally admitted that there existed bugs, errors and defects which had the capability to cause balancing losses, do you dispute what they admit?
No, I'm not disputing that.
Fine, thank you.
Because in fact, I was reading a quote from Fujitsu, the people that run the system, that own the system. They accept that those types of bugs, errors and defects existed within the system.
But the point you make is that any single, regardless of what you said there, any single mistake that was made, even if it wasn't Horizon, as long as it was blamed on a potential bug or a potential glitch in the system, would be down to the system's fault. That means that the company couldn't run, even now. If every single mistake was blamed on a glitch in Horizon, and everybody blamed that, then quite frankly, why would you not be tempted?
But the Post Office and the NFSP were tied together, weren't they? The survival of the Post Office meant the survival of the NFSP, but without the Post Office, the NFSP couldn't survive.
Well, I've already
Do you agree with that?
No, I've already said that because we lost that many members. We did the right thing for the network. We got about 8,000 members out with big chunks of compensation, so they got their investment protected, right? Some people that had Horizon problems as well, we got a temporary in there, or got them reinstated so they could get out with money. So yes, after the three closure programmes or three restructuring programmes, whatever you want to call them, yes, our organisation basically either had to do a deal with the Post Office or merge into CW. Or
that deal, Mr. Thomson, that deal included contractually accepting that the NFSP should not do anything to criticise or undermine the Post Office. You essentially betrayed your own membership, didn't you?
I don't accept that for a minute. My position on Horizon changed not one jot in the work we did on a deal with the Post Office. But as I said earlier on, I did realise that it was forcing us to pull our teeth in other directions on paying things, and actually, for me, I no longer wanted to do it.
Did you tell the membership of the NFSP that a deal had been struck in exchange for the Post Office shilling, that you would be gagged from criticising and undermining the Post Office? Were they told about the details of that deal, Mr. Thomson?
We weren't gagged, and it was passed.
Did you tell them the details? We
weren't gagged, and it was passed at a special conference by the membership. That's reality. It wasn't George Thomson who passed it. It wasn't the Executive Council. It was the membership that passed it at a special conference.
Now, you've demonstrated, Mr. Thomson, in your evidence that you're aggressive, you're belligerent, and that your work on behalf of the Post Office, it seems, ignored the very sub-postmasters that you represented through the union of which you were a member. Do you accept that?
I dispute that, and, you know, to be called belligerent by yourself is a bit strange.
All right.
One last question, sir.
Right, yeah.
Do you think if you'd turned your aggressiveness and belligerence on the Post Office, actually you might have done some good for sub-postmasters?
I don't accept your question. It's a nonsense.
Thank you, sir.
Right, thank you.
Do you know an NFSP representative called Norman Bradbrook?
Yeah, for a long time, Norman was, yeah, he's a good age now. Yeah, he was a long time ago. Yeah.
Did you say, did I catch that right, that he was a good agent?
Age, sorry, he was.
Good age.
He was quite a lot older than most of the team.
Right. What sort of a person was he from your point of view? Did you like him? Did he fit in at the NFSP?
I've not really got a view on that. I knew of him. I knew he could be seen as being a bit not eccentric. He was a nice old guy.
All right. Well, in July 2001, one of my clients, Mr. Parmod Kalia, he was a member of the NFSP, and he sought assistance from the NFSP when he was being investigated over a shortage. The representative who attended his interview was Norman Bradbrook. At that time, 2001, you'd have still been area secretary, is that right? You weren't yet on the executive?
Yeah, I was area secretary for Scotland, yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Colin Baker was general secretary. Is that right?
Yeah, Colin would be general secretary then, yeah.
And the NFSP was already clear under his leadership that Horizon was a good thing. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, bear in mind, Mr. Kalia had been a postmaster for 11 years at that point without any difficulty, and this was 2001, so not long after Horizon was rolled out. Mr. Bradbrook attended Mr. Kalia's interview and gave him this advice. He said, Mr. Kalia, you should admit that you've stolen the money. That's the best way of keeping your office and keeping out of being prosecuted. Admit you've stolen the money, give them a story, pay the money back. Was that the sort of advice that you might have given as an area secretary to anyone who sought your assistance?
No, we would tell people to come clean about it, and we would try and get a solution to that. And most of the time it was, depending on the money, but if most of the time it was get a hardship payment to pay it back, and in other words, get deducted every month from your salary, and that way you kept your position. In particular, when people were going to leave under network restructure, urban network reinvention, and network change, network transformation, we would always try and help them make sure they could get out with their compensation if possible. All
right, but in this instance, you're saying that perhaps if somebody comes clean, that's the right thing, you think, is it?
Only if they did it, yeah.
Only if they did it. All right, well, that sort of advice, do you accept that sort of advice is pretty helpful to Post Office investigators?
Well, I don't know, I didn't give it. You know, you're asking me something that happened I was the area secretary, Colin Baker was the general secretary.
No, that sort of advice, that sort of come clean advice. tell them you did it advice
No.
helpful to the investigators? No?
Only tell me you did it if you did it. You know, what kind of justice would that be? Tell somebody to do it if they didn't do it. And I mean, sometimes it was. I mean, I give the example in Scotland. It was the father. The father was absolutely wonderful, about £100,000, and he said, "I haven't taken £100,000," and he hadn't. It was his son. And it was found out his son had a gambling problems. These things happen, and this is why I've in my statement I've tried to give a lot of nuance, and I haven't been allowed to obviously go on to it because that's not the narrative. But the reality is that when money is there, there's a temptation. The vast majority of sub-postmasters didn't succumb to temptation, but some did because the franchise was struggling. And that's why we needed free restructuring programmes. People couldn't make a living. They couldn't pay their bills. That example I gave in Scotland, the old lady up north.
Mr. Thomson, can you accept that if you gave advice for somebody to make an admission, that was helpful to the investigators? Can you accept that or not?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the circumstances if it was helpful or not. Tell them the truth. The best help you can give somebody if they're due the post office a lot of money.
All right. You see, on the one hand, it can leave somebody like Mr. Carlier high and dry, yes, because he goes to prison, he's disgraced, his family savings are gone. But on the other hand, Mr. Bradbrook's presence in the interview, it gives the investigators cover, doesn't it? Because it gives the appearance of being fair, doesn't it? Do you see that?
I can see that, but this is what I find difficult to accept. People say, well, for example, I was £30,000 short. How could that happen if it wasn't Horizon? It could easily happen. If there's £60,000 in my safe and I'm desperate and I take £30,000 and I keep it and I spend it, and almost like the questions have been asked here, all of a sudden it has to be Horizon because money can't disappear. Well, I'm sorry, that money didn't disappear. It was taken.
Well, Mr. Thomson, the issues around what happened to the money are perhaps for other people. Let's just come back to the role of the NFSP as representatives in interviews.
Well, I wasn't General Secretary in 2001, so I'll finish with that question.
Well, how about then this? Your role as General Secretary was pretty much the same, but writ large, wasn't it? You provided cover for the Post Office leadership, because on the one hand, you left the sub-postmasters who'd been wronged high and dry, but on the other hand, you gave the impression for the Post Office leadership that they were being fair, that they were listening, that they were doing everything that they could to make sure that the sub-postmasters were looked after, whilst actually riding roughshod over them, Mr. Thomson.
I don't accept that. And I was advised that I should come along here and just blame it on the post office, apologise. I'm trying to give it more nuance. And in fact, I believe because the Federation thought I was going to be more robust, that they refused for me to have a lawyer here today. They refused to help me with legal costs here today because they knew I was going to be more robust. So I've come here today without a solicitor because the National Federation of Subpostmasters didn't like the fact that I was going to be robust and tell the truth, not just come along and apologise for the sake of apologising. And as I said before, the NFSP had a year and a half after I left to change their policy about Horizon, and they didn't do it. So I'll have no... I'm going to be talked to with the Federation about my position. Their position didn't change for a year and a half when it could have changed.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Right. Ms. Watt, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomson, I appear for the NFSP, and the organisation of today has some questions for you which I'm going to put. So I'm just going to start by summarising, and then I'll have a couple of questions after that. As we've seen and heard in the evidence, you had received numerous complaints about Horizon across the years. People such as Lee Castleton and Sir Alan Bates wrote to you, not about their cases, but to alert you as the General Secretary of the NFSP to Horizon and the many issues. What you did was forward Sir Alan's email to Paula Venables within a very short space of time and describe it as rubbish. There were questions from your own members asking if there is not something that needs to be looked at. Mark Baker and others tried to raise issues before eventually leaving the organisation. Everyone is shut down. So the question is, as the General Secretary of the membership organisation, how could you have done that instead of ask yourself the question, is there not something in this? And do something about it to help your members and others.
Well, firstly, if we're going to take the Mark Baker part of it, Mark Baker was more concerned. I think Mark had some issues with Horizon, but Mark's biggest concern and why we left was he felt that network transformation was wrong for the network, and there was more arguments about that. But again, I've reiterated my point time after time. Our members were franchise holders. They'd invested significant sums of money, and we worked closely with Post Office Limited. And I make no apology for that. Why would the membership organisation of the franchise holders not be working with the company to make the brand the best it could? It's common sense, and that's what we did. And I'll make no apology for that.
Mr. Thomson, it was all there in front of you, but you would not see it. Isn't that so?
Well, I work with the Executive Council, all the area officers, the branch secretaries, the Executive Council. It's not just a one-man show. The Executive Council, and I took on the mantle from Colin Baker. The policy and the position never changed. It never changed. Colin was a big supporter of Horizon because, like myself, he realised that if we didn't get Horizon, the network would have collapsed. 400 million of government funding would have left straight away as pensions were put into the bank. So we've always been big supporters of the Horizon system. But again, the point I've said before, I'll reiterate, the Federation had a year and a half after I left to, and it only moved its position when Justice Fraser, I believe, said some remarks. So for a year and a half, you could have easily have changed your position. But of course, is it just George Thomson? Well, the Fed existed after me, and it had, as I said before, a year and a half to do something about it before Lord Justice Fraser, and did nothing about it.
Mr. Thomson, will you not accept that under the time you were the General Secretary, that in relation to Horizon, your members didn't get the help that they needed?
Again, I'll reiterate the point. The billions and billions of transactions, a tiny, and I'm sorry if it's the truth, but that's the reality. And I wonder if the inquiry done any work about what percentage of transactions, the billions of transactions, ended up with claims against it. Be a small fraction. And over 100,000 people have used the Horizon system since it came in.
Thank you, Mr. Thomson.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Thomson, you've mentioned your witness statement on a number of occasions. Can I assure you that I have read it twice recently and once when I first saw it, so that I'm very familiar with its contents. And further, if it has not already been published, it will soon be published for everyone who is interested to read it. So the points which you have made in your witness statement, but which you may not have been asked direct questions about during the course of today, will be well known to anyone who wants to familiarize themselves with it, all right? And in particular, I am fully familiar with it.
It would have been nice to be asked some of these questions that I've got in my witness statement today, but it doesn't.
Well, that's as may be. The plain fact is that ultimately, all of your evidence, written and oral, will be taken into account by me when I make my report. That said, if in the course of the next few minutes you wish to say to me anything that you think you need to cover orally, I will allow you to speak to me for 5 minutes or so to make those points, Mr. Thomson.
Open here, yeah.
Now, yes,
yeah,
now.
That's good. Just to repeat what I've said on numerous occasions, my problem always has been that was there some bad justice handed out with the Post Office? Yes, there was. Was there some stupidity on steroids management where you would take people to court and ruin their lives and prosecute them when you actually knew that your witnesses were lying? That's stupidity. It's absolute stupidity, right? And it would have been easy just to come here today and stick to that script, and everything else was, I'm not sure, or I can't recall. But there's more nuance in that, and the inquiry is not taking any real account in the fact that you had all these problems before Horizon. You had hundreds of postmasters suspended every year. You had people going to prison before it, and some of the questions it's asked, but it would mean like You can't just have no consequences if you make mistakes genuinely or you take money. There has to be consequences or a business wouldn't be viable. So that's the second thing, right? So they got some things wrong, absolutely. They prosecuted, which is quite outrageous based on lies. But there has to be a recognition that these problems did not start with Horizon. You know, I was in 3 or 4 years when I first started, in the 90s. I was at a postman's house because there was a raid with the security branch. You had, in today's money, £50,000 of parcels and money out of letters. Obviously, that was in the 90s. I was at a Crown office where a member of staff had losses on a regular basis. The auditors wanted to go into a locker up the stairs, and she wouldn't let them, and I was almost fighting with them. But when they did get in a locker, she had a £1,000 bag of £20 notes that had been done to send to the remittance unit, and she had kept it. We had a small village post office that my staff ran until the postmaster could sell it, who admitted he had bought it for £60,000. It didn't make enough money. He had been there 3 years. He had taken £30,000. This was in the mid-90s. So, you know, for me, it's not Alice in Wonderland that no one ever would take money or make mistakes. That's Alice in Wonderland stuff. So what I'm saying quite clearly, it has to be more nuanced than what you've been. And that's why the kind of comments I've made regarding some of the organisations, some of the witnesses, is because it takes no cognizance of that. And some of the TV programmes, you look at, for example, you take the ITV documentary, no background in the sense that these kind of things, people had losses and it affected their life before we had Horizon. Nothing about that. Nothing about the sheer volumes of transactions. And again, one of the issues I would say about this Horizon inquiry, have you actually tried to find out the kind of billions of volumes that were done and the percentage of people claiming there was a mistake? It'll probably be less than 1%, but you just haven't done any of that. And so that's all I want to say, that I think there has to be better balance and better judgment than where we've ended up.
Right. Thank you very much for making your witness statement. Thank you very much for giving oral evidence during the course of today. So that brings today's proceedings to a close, and we'll resume again on Tuesday morning at 9:45 with, I think, Mr. Gareth Jenkins. Is that correct, Mr. Blake?
That's correct, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.